public hearing, I'll make the following announcement. Due to the continuing threat to public health from COVID-19, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Mr. McDermott, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance, please indicate by saying present. Mr. McDermott.
Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Brooks.
Present.
Councilmember Driscoll. Councilmember Gautier.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Harity.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Council President. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Johnson.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Lozada.
Good morning. I am present.
Good morning.
Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Phillips.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council President. Good morning, viewing public. Good morning, colleagues. Good to see everyone.
Good morning.
Councilmember Squilla.
Good morning, Mr. President, colleagues. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Present.
Good morning.
Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Mayor, I'm present.
Good morning.
And Councilmember Vaughn.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council President, and the entire city of Philadelphia. I am present.
Good morning. Thank you very much. A quorum in the committee is present, and the hearing is now called to order. This is the continued public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 230144, 230145, 230146, 230147, 230148, 230149, and resolution number 230162 and 181014. Mr. McDermott, please read the titles of the bills and resolution.
Bill number 230144, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2024 to 2029 inclusive. Bill number 230145, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2024 capital budget. Bill number 230146, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2024. Bill number 230147, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Wage and Net Profits Tax by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 230148, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-2800 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority Tax on Wages and Net Profits to provide for the continuation of the tax and to make other conforming changes, all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 230149, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-2600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Resolution number 230162, providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal year 2024 through 2028 and incorporating revised changes with respects to fiscal year 2023, which is to be submitted by the mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council, approved by the mayor on January 3rd, 1992, by and between the city and the authority, and resolution 181014, calling for the council committee of the whole to convene public meetings and public hearings pursuant to the educational supplement of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to review the administration, management, operations, and finances of the school district and adopt plans to coordinate the activities of the Board of Education, the mayor, and city council for the improvement and benefit of public education in Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Today, we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal year 2024, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal 2024 through 2029. Additionally, This meeting meets the requirement of the educational supplement of the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to review the administration, management, and operations and finances of the School District of Philadelphia on a biannual basis. This morning, we will hear testimony from the School District of Philadelphia, and this afternoon from the Community College of Philadelphia. Mr. McDermott, the first person to testify today is?
First person to testify this morning is Mayor James Kenny.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Council President Clark, Board President Streeter, and Superintendent Watlington for having me here today. I look forward to the discussion that will take place today regarding our collective responsibility of ensuring that Philadelphia children and youth have access to quality educational experiences. As we all know, quality education is crucial to the future and well-being of our city. Several months ago, we celebrated the historic determination by the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court that our state system of funding public schools is unconstitutional. The court rightly recognized that there have been generations of disinvestment in our schools. In Philadelphia, we have tried to address this by increasing our local support of schools. We have made historic commitments to public education over the last 2 terms of our administration and City Council's help, total assistance totaling over $1.68 billion with a B. We have aligned city services to support our schools, resulting in 20 community schools offering enhanced programming and community partnerships for students and families, increased mental health supports and out-of-school time programming, and increased safe passages to and from schools. We have launched new initiatives to ensure quality education from birth through adulthood, such as PHL Pre-K, PHL Connected, and the Cato Scholarship at Community College of Philadelphia. We continue to do this work because our children, youth, and families matter more than anything. Our proposed budget for FY2024 includes a $282 million contribution to the district. That's 171% higher than it was the year before we took office. I am proud of our investments and the work we have done over the nearly 8 years for our children and for our youth. And I'm excited for the conversation today about how we can continue to support the district in advancing the key priorities of safety, family and community partnership, and academic excellence. Our local contributions are great, and I am proud of our city's commitment to its schools and students. But we must also collectively continue to put pressure on Harrisburg to fix our inadequate state funding education system. And we must continue to grow our partnerships and build trust. Local control means all hands on deck for our kids. It means breaking down silos in the interest of our families. And it means moving our city to a world-class education system that prepares all residents for the changing world. We are here together for our children, for our city, and for our future. And I thank you and look forward to this meeting. And I'm very grateful for all the work that we've all done together to do our best for our children. They are our future, and they are most important job that we have to do. So thank you again, Mr. President, and thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for your continued focused commitment to the children in the school district of the city of Philadelphia, providing unprecedented and out-of-the-box thinking in terms of being able to support our young people, particularly at the younger ages when it's most critical with pre-K and daycare and all the other aspects of getting our kids on the right track early on in the process. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend.
I like to at this time to recognize the chair of the City Council's Committee on Schools, Councilman Thomas, to say a few words before we get into the testimony of the board chair and the superintendent. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Again, I want to say thank you to the mayor as well as the superintendent and the entire leadership team over at the school district as well as the school board. I also want to say thank you to our president, Dr. Generals of CCP. And I also want to just celebrate the accomplishments that we've had thus far as it relates to things that we've done for our young people and to support families across the city of Philadelphia. But I also recognize that we have a lot more challenges ahead as it relates to what we must do. When we're looking at our schools, I'm looking forward to conversations today around safe pathways to and from school, looking at the weather getting nice and us looking to assure that we have the proper things in place to make sure our young people are safe. We're listening to and learning about concerns around Act 158 which is a new requirement put in by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we look forward to continuing the conversation to make sure all of our young people graduate from high school. We do have concerns about facilities. My colleagues and I were in Harrisburg yesterday, and the legislative branch of government is going to do everything we can to support the executive branch of government to address issues around facilities and space. We have issues around our special admission schools, and we look forward to coming up with a solution that adequately serves our families and our children across the city of Philadelphia. We're still waiting to hear from we're still waiting to hear about the report as it relates to Black charters and Black-led institutions. That information was supposed to be provided for us, and we're hoping to have an update on that. And last but not least, we look forward to a conversation around a coordinated effort as it relates to our colleges and universities to assure that they stay part of the conversation. Supporting CCP is a big part of what we do, and we're proud of the Cato Scholarship and other work that we've done to make sure young people get in a position to have a quality education. But at the same time, we can't leave out our other universities as we see them heading to a fiscal cliff. And we know that we're a city of eds, meds, and beds, but especially our eds. So thank you, Council President. Of course, thank you to the mayor for your leadership, for your vision, your investment in pre-K and community schools and things that Philadelphia has never seen before. And we look forward to today's conversation and continue the great work. Thank you, Council President, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to move towards testimony from our next two witnesses, and then we'll do questions. I believe there are some brief presentations by both the superintendent and the board chair. Mr. McDermott, our next witness to testify is?
Our next witness is Board President Reginald Streeter, Esquire.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say that I'm present. This is Councilwoman Bass.
I'm Carla. Oh, Councilwoman Bass, let the record reflect Councilwoman Bass is present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Chairman, good morning. Mr. President, can't hear you. You're on mute.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having us here today to share updates with you on the Board of Education's work. I'm joined today by my wonderful colleagues on the board, Vice President Mallory Fix Lopez, Board Member Sarah Ashley Andrews, Julia Danzy, Leticia Hare Hinton, Chow Wing Lamb, Lisa Sally, Cecilia Thompson, Joyce Wilkerson, and I'm the board president. On behalf of the board, I would like to thank Mayor Kinney, City Council President, and each member of City Council for the opportunity to meet with you here today, and for your partnership and service to the public school students of Philadelphia. Before we move forward, I would like to take a moment to share my gratitude to Mayor Kinney and Council President Clark in acknowledgement of your last budget season. On behalf of the board, we are deeply grateful for your partnership and investment in the School District of Philadelphia over the years. We thank you for your leadership in bringing us back to local control and in building a stronger partnership between the city school district. These partnerships are vital to supporting our school communities and working together in the best interests of our learners. We also greatly appreciate and acknowledge the support that City Council members have provided to the school district over the years. Also, I want to say thank you to Chair of Education Thomas and Co-Chair Brooks for welcoming board members on City Council's Day of Advocacy yesterday to Harrisburg. I truly believe that the seeds of sustainable collaboration have been planted, and I truly believe we are on the beginning stage of a public education renaissance in the city of Philadelphia. The village has come together, and we are primed to do our collective parts to address our city's challenges while ensuring our students have what they need and deserve to thrive. I see a silver lining everywhere. I'm an optimist by nature. Our collective passion and energy, to me, is a good sign. Today, we would like to use this opportunity to provide some framing and background to Dr. Watlington's presentation before turning to your questions. In our presentation, we will share with you once again the 4 priorities we have identified as areas for partnership with the city where we need your support. We will discuss the urgent need for us to partner together against the city's epidemic of gun violence and request that you put in place measures to decrease violence and help us keep students safe when they are not in school. We will share details around the district's funding needs and request your support to adequately and fairly fund public education to ensure that every student has access to an education that allows them to learn, thrive, and succeed in a global society. Finally, we will focus on the school district's facilities and staffing needs, the investments and progress we have made, and the long-term funding solutions we need to provide 21st century learning spaces for our students and educators. We will end our remarks by asking Superintendent Watlington to share his presentation immediately following ours, and both the district and the board will be available and happy to answer your questions after the district break presentation has concluded. Please move to the next slide. We came together earlier this year in January. We share with you 4 key issues where we need your support. Those areas are addressing gun violence, having adequate and equitable funding, investing in aging facilities, and recruiting and retaining staff. For nearly 20 years, the district has been in system survival mode, contending with state control and financial instability. At the governance level, this meant that the focus had been on immediate issues, often operational or management concerns, rather than a sustained focus on investing in strategies and policies that improve student outcomes. In one evaluation by the Council of Great City Schools, it is estimated that the School Reform Commission spent. Eventually, this changed as the Board of Education was reestablished, thanks to many of you and stakeholders who worked hard to regain local control. As new board members, we asked ourselves the most basic question: why do our schools exist? The answer was simple. Our schools exist to provide every student with the tools and experience they need to reach their fullest potential. For this reason, as a board, we are committed to putting our students' success at the center of our decision-making. However, we recognize that this work cannot happen in a vacuum without also addressing the 4 key issues we've discussed here. Please move to the next slide. Our focus on student-centered governance model led to the adoption of goals and guardrails, our 5-year plan to raise student achievement across the district and to provide the necessary conditions to empower students to learn and achieve. For us, goals and guardrails has become our North Star. For all decision-making, it provides a framework for board governance that focuses on ensuring racial equity, setting clear expectations for what students must know and be able to do, and rigorously monitoring progress toward achievement. By establishing these goals and guardrails, we have been able to align priorities, policies, and budgets so that students have the environment and resources they need to learn, thrive, succeed, and eventually lead in a global society. And later this month, we will discuss Dr. Watlington's strategic plan, which will be the district's 5-year roadmap to achieving the goals and guardrails. Every month at our board meetings, we monitor progress toward our goals and guardrails by diving deep into the metrics for one goal or guardrail. Despite the challenges of the pandemic, we saw the district hold steady in academic performance, whereas other large districts across the country saw declines. Yet we know we have a long way to go to ensure all students are succeeding academically. Thus, we believe we must be consistent in our messaging and remain laser focused on student achievement. Yet, while we remain on focused on student outcomes, we know we cannot ignore the other significant challenges that impact our students' ability to thrive and be successful. Please move to the next slide. Regrettably, over the past few months, I have begun each public board meeting with a moment of silence to acknowledge and honor the students in Philadelphia who have tragically lost their lives to gun violence this year. During this school year, there have been 117 students who unfortunately have been victims of violence. Of this number, 26 students currently enrolled have passed away. Let me repeat that. 26 students have been killed in violent acts of gun violence this school year as recently as last week. We cannot continue to accept the gun violence that is plaguing our city by taking lives, traumatizing families, and harming our communities. We appreciate your partnership and recognize that there is an urgent need to decrease levels of gun violence in the city to keep everyone safe, including our learners, wherever they are, but especially as they go to and from school. While we applaud the work that has been done thus far to address this current crisis, more needs to be done to protect our young people. The school district has put in place a number of measures to address safe passages to and from school. However, addressing gun violence requires a coordinated, comprehensive response. So we continue to ask you to partner with us to put programs in place that keep students safe when they are not in schools. These measures must include increasing the safe corridors around all schools during travel times to and from school, ensuring that young people have safe places before and after school, on weekends, during the summer, and other days when schools are closed, creating safety zones around schools and enforcing gun laws, and expanding mental health services for families and those impacted by trauma. Please move to the next slide. At this time, I'd like to ask Board Vice President Mallory Fix-Lopez to continue the presentation.
Thank you, President Streeter. I'd like to focus now on the current system of funding public education in Pennsylvania, which shortchanges school districts like Philadelphia. The board continues to seek greater collaboration with the city, state, and federal governments, and continues to advocate for adequate funding. We shared with you previously, according to an analysis by the Public Interest Law Center and the Education Law Center, that the School District of Philadelphia would need an additional $1.14 billion annually to meet the educational needs of our students. This includes an additional $318 million in annual funding from the city. In a few moments, you will hear from Dr. Watlington, who will share more detailed information on the investments and strategies the district could make if it was fully funded. Over the past few years, we have been able to make strategic investments through the additional federal funds we received to address the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The district received $1.1 billion in ARPA federal funding, and used the funds to safely reopen schools and sustain in-person learning, address students' social, emotional, mental health, and academic needs resulting from the pandemic, and maintain operations and delivery of services. In addition, charter schools in Philadelphia received $770 million in federal funds as well. Charter schools are independent, so their governing boards have the autonomy to allocate funding toward their individual programming needs. The district has been transparent about how we have spent federal dollars and the investments we have made to improve student learning. For those listening, more detailed information is available on the district's website. Moving forward, we are optimistic about the state funding changes school districts across the Commonwealth can expect as a result of the recent historic ruling in the fair funding trial. In addition, we are calling on you to balance the needs of our students with the needs of residents and to commit to fully funding our schools by increasing the annual appropriations by $318 million. We need your support and partnership to sustain the investments the district has been able to make over recent years due to an increase in federal funding to ensure every student has access to an education that allows them to thrive and succeed in a global society. Please move to the next slide. Next, I would like to focus on the school district's facilities. The district has an enormous portfolio of facilities to manage with more than 300 buildings, including 215 schools. Some of the district's oldest buildings are 120 years old. More than 200 were built before 1978, with the average age of a building being 73 years old. In the current 6-year capital budget, the district is investing $2.7 billion, which includes federal ARPA funding, to develop safe, healthy, and welcoming learning environments. Yet, we know our needs are much greater, as detailed in the 2017 Parsons Facilities Conditions Assessment Report, which identified structural issues in each of our buildings. The report identified $4.9 billion of deferred maintenance across the district's facilities and indicated that our funding needs over the next 10 years are approximately $7.8 billion. We also know that these costs have grown due to inflation and the aging of facilities. Of the $4.9 billion identified in 2017, $2.4 billion is required to address building systems that are either failing, damaged, or beyond their service life due to deferred maintenance costs. Another $430 million is required to address health hazards, risks, and life safety deficiencies. Every year, the delta of needs and funding grows by $200+ million due to current bond limits. That is not to say we haven't prioritized this work. We have made significant investments over the last 2 years to address environmental conditions in buildings, and we are in the first year of a contract with a national firm, Tetra Tech, with the aim of achieving a HERA compliance. The recent school closures due to demanded asbestos are a direct result of this progress as we move through our inspection process. It is working. However, despite these investments and the progress we have made over the last 2 years, we're still trying to overcome the effects of decades of understaffing and underfunding that have led us to where we are today. In order to move forward, we know we must lean on our city and state partners to provide us with long-term funding solutions to sustain the management of environmental concerns and invest in improving facilities, because all students and staff should have access to 21st century learning spaces. Please move to the next slide. In addition to facilities needs, the school district is at a competitive staffing disadvantage due to funding constraints. Our financial position forces us to make decisions based on revenue rather than on need. Despite our funding challenges, the school district has worked hard to address these issues, and we are calling on you to partner with us on recruitment and retention to ensure our students have access to high-quality educators. The board is looking forward to the school district's new strategic plan to be released on May 25th. The strategic plan is going to be our 5-year roadmap to achieving our goals and guardrails and transforming learning outcomes for all students. However, we acknowledge we cannot accomplish our goals and guardrails without the partnership of our educators. Please move to the next slide. I would like to conclude our presentation by reiterating how strongly we believe in the importance of working together. We cannot do this work without your support and collaboration. We understand that it is our collective responsibility to come together and serve as a village for our children to support, educate, protect, and inspire them to reach their greatest potential, especially when they are facing daunting challenges to their success and well-being. On behalf of the board, I thank you for your continued partnership and support of our schools. Superintendent Watlington will now share a presentation on behalf of the school district, and we will be available to answer any questions at the conclusion of his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We will now hear Dr. Watlington. We believe there's going to be some overlap both in terms of questions and presentations, so it's best that we hear both presentations and then go directly to questions. Chair recognizes Dr. Watlington. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mayor Kennedy, Council President Clark, Chair Thomas, other members of City Council, and certainly good morning to President Streeter, Vice President Fix Lopez, and members of the Board of Education. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to present the district's proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24. In today's presentation, we'll share the budget priorities which fit within the board's 4 priorities that President Streeter referenced earlier, and they are entirely aligned with the board's focus on our goals and guardrails. We'll provide some district updates and a financial outlook. Next slide, please. I'll also be joined by Chief Financial Officer Mike Herbstman, and I also have other executive staff members present this morning. Appreciate them being here. You'll see the agenda here with our budget priorities related to strengthening school safety, partnering with parents and community members, and accelerating academic achievement, which is certainly our core business. Next slide, please. For the upcoming school year, our budgetary decisions will focus again on these three focus areas: strengthening school safety, partnering with parents and community, and accelerating academic achievement. We propose to improve school safety by investing in physical safety, social and emotional safety, as well as environmental safety in our schools. This aligns with Guardrail 1, welcoming and supportive schools. We seek to partner with parents and our community by investing in family and staff resources to increase daily student attendance and to reduce the number of dropouts that we have in our city. Additionally, we plan to invest in a 2-way communication system and customer service training, something that I heard loud and clear during the listening and learning tour last summer. This aligns with Guardrail number 3, welcoming and supportive schools, as well as Guardrail number 3, partnering with parents and family members. We intend to accelerate academic achievement by investing in research-based, standards-aligned core curricula and high-impact tutoring with priority on kindergarten readiness, kindergarten through 3rd grade science of reading, kindergarten through 3rd grade mathematics, and middle grades math. Those are some of the focus areas related to high-impact tutoring, although we'll be focusing K-12 in the area of reading, math, and science. This aligns with goal number 1, improving grades 3 through 8 English language arts performance. Goal number 2, improving the 3rd grade English language arts proficiency. And goal 3, related to improving grades 3 through 8 math proficiency. Accelerating academics also involves increasing our students' career readiness. So in an effort to increase access to non-traditional pathways, we will invest in increased and equitable career and technical education and dual enrollment opportunities through partnerships with the Community College of Philadelphia, our local universities that Chair Thomas referenced earlier, as well as our trade unions and local business partners. This aligns with Guardrail number 4, addressing racist practices, as well as Goal 5, related to career and technical education and industry-based standards. In addition to the focus aiming to achieve the board's goals and guardrails, they also align to the board's priorities, which President Streeter referenced earlier, and the board also published those priorities in an op-ed piece earlier this year. Next slide, please. Actually, let's stay on that slide for just a moment. Exactly, right there. So on this slide, I want to spend go in a little bit more detail with regard to priority one, area one, focus area one, strengthening school safety. We will, in this budget, address physical safety by expanding police safety zones, expanding safe path programs to include an additional 12 schools, and we want to increase school safety officer allocations at some of our most high-need schools. We'll also address mental health and wellness of our students, that's social and emotional health, if you will, by providing additional counselors to our highest need schools. And we will also continue to invest in mental health and well-being resources. As you may know, we're using Kuth Online mental health resources for our secondary students, and Lyra Health provides some care and wellness online resources at no charge to our staff. We will work to improve environmental safety by hiring an executive director to support the work of Chief Operations Officer Oz Hill and his team in the Office of Environmental Management and Services. We will invest in an improved data management system to support our environmental and data processing needs, and we will increase contracted services to address some of our staff shortages relative to the need to address environmental issues in the schools. Next slide, please. Next priority relates to partnering with parents and community. As part of this area, we will increase the number, we want to focus very intently on improving how we support families and staff resources related to increasing attendance and reducing dropouts. Accordingly, we will increase the number of school improvement support liaisons, or SIZLs as we call them in the school district, in some of our most needy schools or off-track schools. We can't afford to do this across the entire district, so we're going to focus in the schools that have the greatest needs. We also intend to get some external support with how to significantly improve our daily student attendance, because we want to make sure that we can get to a point in the school district where our attendance rate for students is 90% or higher, meaning that students are in attendance 90% of every month or higher. We typically start the year in the school district of Philadelphia with a 90% attendance rate for the first month, and it goes down from there, and it ranges anywhere from 60s to the 80th percentile, and we want that to be 90% across the year. Finally, we want to invest in a two-way communication system and customer service training that will give the public an opportunity to give us a feedback score to tell us how we're doing with regard to being responsive, how helpful we've been, and if we are resolving their questions and concerns and needs. Next slide. As we move to the next slide, accelerating academic achievement, which is our core business. In this budget year, one of our major investments will be to invest in research-based, standards-aligned, and culturally relevant curricula in reading, math, and science. We will also increase opportunities for our students to be college and career ready through increased and more equitable access to career and technical education programs and dual enrollment by accelerating a comprehensive audit of all of our career and technical education schools. That audit is underway and being conducted by the Southern Region Education Board, also known as SREB. We are currently renovating and improving some of our CTE facilities. We're focusing in on how to increase investment so we can increase the number of students who complete industry certifications before they graduate. And we're expanding professional development and curriculum development in the career and technical education area. Next slide. I will now share with you updates regarding the district staffing numbers, our criteria-based schools, and I want to give you an update on where we are with our facilities and environmental planning. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of budgetary information. Chief Financial Officer Mike Herbstman will be joining us shortly, and we'll spend more time talking through the school budgets when we get further along. Each school in our district recently completed their 3-week process to develop their budgets and finalize their budgets and the positions for next school year. I want to note that all funding is allocated to schools based on formulas outlined in the comprehensive 2023-24 guide to school budgets. Then principals, with the assistance of central office staff, including their assistant superintendents, annually go through a 3-week process to determine how they will budget their allocated funding in order to meet the particular needs of their schools. I think it's really important for principals to have a certain level of discretion because every school has some unique circumstances that they need to attend to. As in prior years, school leaders had the opportunity during this process to request budget adjustments for extraordinary circumstances that could not be addressed through their formulaic budget allocations. Year over year, our district operated school enrollment is projected to decrease slightly next year. We expect a slight decrease of 0.5%. However, school-based resources will continue to increase, and we think that makes sense because where the need is greater, we have to provide greater investment, and then we have to be accountable for the return on the investment for that additional investment. As you can see on this chart, our overall position counts have grown in each category in fiscal year 2024. That's the key takeaway from this slide. Our overall position counts have grown in each category for fiscal year 2023-24. Total school budgets are up 4% overall and 4.5% per pupil for next year. So we're making greater investments in our students, and we should absolutely expect the return on investment for that greater investment. When we look at 2-year trends, per pupil budgets are up 19% since fiscal year 2022. So we are certainly appreciative of that key budgetary note. Next slide, please. We've also experienced some success with staffing critical positions relative to other large school districts. I do want to note that currently we are in the recruiting phase for next September, but we can share final staffing numbers from the current year. The 2 important elements of teacher and school success are effective teachers and principals. In fact, we've studied this for 50 years in the United States. And although there are some people who still dispute the research, it is crystal clear. The single most important ingredient in improving student academic attainment is a highly qualified, well-supported, and stable teacher over time. The research says that the second most important ingredient is a highly qualified, well-supported, stable principal over time. And when you think about the fact that principals actually hire, onboard, recruit, develop, and retain teachers, principals are even more important. So just want to note that we've had some success at both recruiting and retaining as we end the school year or run up to the end of the school year. School principal positions are 99.5% staffed with just 1 vacancy district-wide. At present, teacher positions are 98.5% filled with an average, which would equate to an average vacancy rate of 1 per school, although certainly there are some schools that have a lot more than 1 vacancy, and there are schools that will be higher and some that are experiencing lower vacancies. We recognize that teacher staffing is not as high as the average in specific schools and other areas of the city. Very different from the time when I became a teacher, where it was very difficult to get a teaching job. Unfortunately, there's more attrition than we would like. I want to note that we're keeping our eye on this concern about the teacher pipeline in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania being down by 66% and down by 50% nationally. We're continuing to have to think about how do we grow that pipeline of teachers. Also, assistant principal and climate manager positions are nearly 99% staffed. Counselor positions are at 98% staffed, and nurse positions are at 94% staffing at present. So we're working hard to retain as many of these individuals as possible, although we expect some will retire, some will make other decisions. So we know we will have vacancies for the upcoming school year. So we're working hard to make sure we're ahead of that curve. Next slide, please. I do want to share an update on the criteria-based schools, given the significant attention this issue has rightfully so garnered in our city. Next slide, please. As this is my first year going through the school selection process in the School District of Philadelphia, I took the time to engage, to listen to lots of people, and particularly the experiences of students, families, teachers, principals, union leaders, as well as home and school associations. And I heard a lot of feedback, what is working about, and what they think is quite frankly not working. So whenever any organization evaluates a policy decision, it's imperative that we look at the data. So on this line graph, you'll see information on the internal applicants, current 8th graders going to 9th grade, who participated in the process, school selection process. I want to draw your attention to two lines. The red line, which represents the number of students who accepted a criteria-based schools offer, and the light blue line, which represents the number of students who met the minimum criteria for a number of criteria-based schools. The gap between 2018-19, 19-20, and 2021, in terms of that, the difference between the red line and the blue line, represents where school staff had an opportunity to extend offers to students who didn't meet the minimum criteria or qualifications. So we have to ask ourselves, who are those students? Are they representative of the entire city? This line graph also shows, and I think this is a really important point that I want to note, line graph also shows that more internal applicants in 2022-23, more internal applicants met the criteria for criteria-based schools than in the years prior to the pandemic. Again, more internal students in the school district met the criteria this year than in any of the 3 years before the pandemic in the 2021-22 school year. Even though that is a fact, for the first time, schools were not able to enroll students who did not meet the qualifications. And we're continuing to talk about what that means, and we're hearing the feedback from our community. Next slide, please. On this slide, I want to note that there were two major problems that we had to think about at the end of the school selection process. First, did the lottery result in a lower number of qualified students securing admission to criteria-based schools? The answer to that question is no. However, we did have more vacancies than we want and that we're comfortable with, nearly 800, which brings us to problem number two. There's probably more problems that we need to address, but these are the first two we are addressing. How did we understand and how did we address the problem of 800 unfilled 9th grade seats at our criteria-based schools after the lottery was complete that could have resulted in a reduction in school staff? So here's how we tried to resolve or address that issue. First, over 316 qualified students who applied to attend a criteria-based school but were not currently enrolled in a criteria-based school. We adjusted the allocations and the new enrollment to try to accommodate these 316 students. We reallocated $6.1 million to stabilize all of our district-operated schools that were projected to lose significant enrollment for the next year. This provided a total of 25 schools in the district, including 12 schools that are criteria-based schools, with additional resources. In essence, we sought to hold these 25 schools harmless so that enrollment fluctuations would not affect their budgets and their staffing levels. In an effort to promote this opportunity for students, the district hosted 4 public information sessions so that we could address and talk directly to the 316 students who met the criteria at one or more schools, but were not offered a seat in any of the schools. At the conclusion of this process, 54 of the 316 students did indeed accept an offer and were placed in a criteria-based school. In addition to allowing the eligible students to participate in an extended opportunity to select a school of their choice, as I shared earlier, we allocated $6 million so that schools could maintain positions in a way that no school was likely to lose more than 2 positions. We also continue to work with principals who determine budget allocations and who rightfully so make school staffing decisions. In addition to enrollment projections, school budgets and staffing decisions can be influenced by external sources, including grants, government resources, etc. Currently, only 3 of the criteria-based schools that were projected, only 3 criteria-based schools are projected to have 3 or more position reductions. So among those 25 schools I just referenced, there are only 3 that are now projected to lose 3 or more positions due to the school's budget allocation. Those 3 schools, I want to be very, very transparent about this. Those 3 schools are the Arts Academy at Benjamin Rush, Hill Friedman World Academy, and Girls High, which will lose more than 2 positions. Next slide. I now want to, as we go to the next slide, provide an update on our facilities and environmental planning. Next slide, please. As we continue to navigate our facilities' environmental issues, we understand this has been a very difficult time for students, staff, and families. And we certainly want to thank all of us, for working with the district. Thank them for their patience as we continue to work to address our environmental and maintenance issues at multiple schools. Vice President Fix-Lopez spoke a little bit about this earlier. There are 295 buildings in the district which have asbestos-containing materials. Regular inspections in each building are critical to identifying damage so that we can make appropriate plans for repair. With our new partner, Tetra Tech, the district's enhanced inspection procedures have been identifying needed abatement in more places. So in the wake of recent inspections that revealed incomplete or inaccurate records about plaster containing asbestos at Building 21, the district affirmed our commitment to transparency and accountability regarding the facts about our buildings and what we are doing to improve environmental conditions at facilities across the district. I'm very pleased that Building 21 was returned. The students were able to return to the school this morning and was very pleased to join President Streeter and others at the school. And want to say a very special thank you to Reverend Alan Waller and the Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church for providing our senior class at Building 21 with a place to gather during the time that they were experiencing the remote learning. I also want to note that Mitchell, Frankfurt, and C.W. Henry are among 2 of the oldest buildings in the district, and for decades have had records that were labeled as no asbestos detected, based on tests that were conducted back in the 1990s. Now, as a result of recent sampling this year conducted at both schools, it shows that certain plaster walls and ceilings do in fact contain asbestos. Additional inspections observed damaged asbestos, which required the district to close all spaces occupied by students and staff. So when asbestos is discovered and remediation efforts require closure of a school, the district works with school leaders, families, and staff to create a plan for virtual learning and possible identification of swing space. I want to be very transparent and say that we learned a lot from how we handled the initial closure at Building 21, and we appreciate our parents and the community giving us the opportunity to make progress in how we communicate with them and work in partnership with them to make the swing space decisions. Although Building 121 and Mitchell were shifted to virtual learning, both schools have returned to in-person instruction this week. And again, I was very pleased to be at Building 21 this morning to welcome students back. Very happy students, excited students to get back in their learning facility. Frankfurt High remains in virtual learning as the site selection team works to identify potential swing spaces for that school. However, our swing space options are limited due to the condition of our buildings. Sometimes people will say, well, why don't you just put out a list of everywhere we can send folks to, or our students to, whenever we have a closure? It's not quite that simple because our swing space options are limited due to the condition of our buildings. But I want to commend Chief Operating Officer Oz Hill and his team. They are working around the clock, weekends, late evenings, to address these issues. Next slide, please. I want to share one more slide before I turn it over to CFO Herbstman. I want to give you an update on the facilities project team that we talked about, that I shared with you last month at a council hearing. The recent discovery of environmental hazards at multiple school buildings underscored the immediate need to develop a comprehensive facilities plan. And for that reason, we shared with the board, we shared with the council last month, a facilities plan overview document, and we provided you with a PowerPoint presentation that outlined the scope of the problem. We gave you some context about what's happened over the past 10 years. We shared with you the 5-year capital budget plan, which includes the building of 3 new schools in the district. And we forecasted where we're going with the facilities project team. We remain committed to establishing, and we're currently working on finalizing a facilities project team that includes internal and external district stakeholders to identify the investments needed to significantly improve academic achievement. The facilities project team framework is designed with 2 key components. We will have a project team, the overall project team, which includes internal and external people to the school district. And we're staffing up some advisory committees that will be composed of all external stakeholders. We've been meeting with lots of individuals since the last council hearing last month, and we are continuing to meet to finalize the subject matter experts who are have agreed or finalizing their agreement to serve on the team. We are finalizing the faith-based leaders who have agreed or are finalizing this week that they will participate on the team, as well as our business and nonprofit leaders who have already agreed and are finalizing. We still have a couple more who are finalizing their membership on the team. We look forward to keeping council as well as the Board of Education updated as we finalize these memberships on the team, and then we'll have more to say about the next steps, immediate next steps as we finalize the membership of the team. At this time, Council President Clark, I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Chief Mike Herbstman, who will walk you through the final parts of the presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll now briefly provide our financial outlook, beginning with the school district's FY2024 operating budget, then go into the 5-year plan through FY2028, and finally discuss the future of schools in this city. Next slide, please. The School District of Philadelphia is the only district in the state that has no authority to generate revenue. We're almost entirely dependent on our local city revenues and state sources. For next year, FY2024, 88% of our operating and federal recovery money comes from the state and city. However, that number is misleading this year because it's skewed by the federal funding. Once the American Rescue Plan Act funding ends in September 2024, and that $500 million annually goes away, the school district will be funded over 99% by city and state sources. As we look at our final FY2023 and FY2024 projections, city sources are expected to increase by $39.2 million, or 2.1% from the current year, and state revenues are anticipated to grow by $92.2 million, or 4.7%. Next slide, please. On the expenditure side of the ledger, our total expenditures at district-operated schools will increase by 7.6% for next year. Charter school expenditures are scheduled to increase by 20%, driven by primarily rate changes and increases in enrollment at state-approved cyber charters. Finally, the total of our administrative costs, debt services, and other expenses are projected down by about 1.1% for next year. Next slide. Dr. Watlington mentioned earlier in his presentation that this is an incremental budget. It's not a wish list of the Board of Education or the administration. In fact, we are prevented by law from passing that kind of aspirational budget. Section 12303 of the Home Rule Charter states that the Board of Education must base its budget on estimated receipts and must balance expenditures to that. For this purpose, and in the budget that we built, we believe that the best estimate of the current receipts are what was outlined in the mayor's budget proposal for our city revenue and the governor's budget proposal for our state revenue. Next slide, please. At the highest level, if we look at our operating fund and federal recovery grants, revenues are expected to increase by about $256 million. Expenditures are expected to increase for next year by $279 million, or $23 million more than revenues. As a result, in FY2024, while remaining balanced, we'll begin to move closer to deficit spending. When we talk about a budget this large, $4.4 billion on the expenditure side, it's easy to think that the school district has limitless funding. On the right side of this slide are charts displaying our actual budgetary control. It's important to note that by the time that you consider employees' salaries, retirement benefits, medical benefits, transportation, charter and non-public payments, and other areas of minimal budgetary control, more than 90% of our budget, more than $4 billion, is already accounted for before we begin the budget development process for the following year. Next slide. Now we'll move into our 5-year plan on the next slide. So we'll end the current year with a fund balance, though it is lower than the industry recommended level. We are still projected to achieve a balanced budget for FY2024, the upcoming school year. Then early in FY2025, when the American Rescue Plan Act funding ends, we will hit a true fiscal cliff, and we will begin to experience a structural deficit. Looking at the top line of this chart, between FY2024 and FY2025, you can pretty clearly see that this is driven from the revenue side. Year over year, we'll lose close to $500 million of federal relief funding. It will once again be more than 99% dependent on state and city revenues for operations. Absent significant revenue or expenditure changes, our annual deficit will continue to increase each year, and our available fund balance is projected to be fully spent just after FY2027. If we could move to the next slide, please. but will speak to a brighter future for Philadelphia schools, beginning on the next slide. As the council members are aware, in February, the Commonwealth Court President ruled that the current statewide system does not adequately or equitably fund schools. She called on the State General Assembly and executive branch to address these issues. Recent research from the Education Law Center PA and the Public Interest Law Center indicate that fair funding would require $4,976 per Philadelphia student in additional state and city funding. Unlike other districts in Pennsylvania, as mentioned, the School District of Philadelphia does not have taxing authority. We are entirely dependent on state and city revenue sources. Based on expert testimony to the Commonwealth Court, adequate annual funding would be $318.9 million more from the city of Philadelphia and $823.7 million more from the state, total of more than $1.1 billion each year. This budget before the council is an incremental budget. It continues to invest along the margins in the most critical and emergent areas that will fulfill the Board of Education's goals and guardrails and execute the budget priorities within the limited areas where we have budgetary control. But with the additional $1.1 billion per year, the district could execute the kind of transformational change that could counteract more than a century of school underfunding, finally give our students the education that they deserve. Next slide. We did want to briefly address the timeliness of these numbers because we received some questions on this. Because the fair funding calculations were originally presented based on FY2020 data, I've heard questions about how the analysis has changed. We reached out to Dr. Matt Kelly, the Penn State professor that provided the expert testimony, and he said that they are not currently working on updating these numbers as of yet. We do not have access to all the statewide data needed to complete the many calculations needed for this analysis. We want to share, we know since that time, city and state revenues have increased as they do each year. And as President Streeter, Vice President Fix Lopez, and Superintendent Watlington all discussed earlier, we're very grateful to the city for the recent increased investments in the school district. However, as we look at expenditures in any way during this high inflation period, it shows a significantly larger increase over time than the additional revenues. To illustrate this in the most simple way possible, we compared the actual increase in the district, city, and state revenues of 12.7% since the analysis period to CPI inflation from the Bureau of Labor Statistics of 17%. While we can't fully do the calculations, we can say that expenditure costs are increasing faster than revenues, leading to lower district purchasing power. And it's safe to say that the gap between the current state and state of our funding and fair funding has increased since the original analysis. Next slide. As the Board of Education emphasized in their recent open letter and earlier today, our district continues to operate under well-documented, long-standing financial and staffing resource constraints. We showed earlier that in 1 year, we'll be more than 99% dependent on city and state revenues. For years, that funding has really failed to meet the needs of our young people. And this is underscored by the recent Commonwealth Court decision. With an additional $5,000 per student, the district would have the resources to create transformational change to develop safe, healthy, and welcoming learning environments that lead to students' academic growth. Next slide. In our presentations, we're only able to present at a very high level. Our team does provide a great deal of data for anyone that's interested in taking a deeper dive. All of the materials are currently published on our website, philasd.org/budget. and these are, of course, available to the public. That includes the FY2024 consolidated budget book, which shows district-wide information, key investments, and department data, including personnel and non-personnel costs. The FY2024 school budget, that one shows all the positions and other costs for each individual school. It's also separated by council districts, so district members can easily view specific schools within the district, and guide to understanding the district budget. This is for those that are less familiar with the budget book and or budget books and want a brief course on the information, how they can use it to better understand their district, their schools, and the overall budget. After today's hearing, the Board of Education is scheduled to vote to adopt the final FY2024 operating budget on May 25th. Then City Council will adopt tax measures and the state will adopt its budget in June. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation. We'll turn it back to the president for questions and comments.
Thank you. Council President, I had to step away for a second, but I'll get us started at least with questions, and then I'll begin to pass it to some of my colleagues. First question. Our superintendent talked about the enrollment numbers, looking at about 113,000 students, but the total number was about 500 less that we anticipate next school year than this school year. But we've seen that we're going to have growth as it relates to staff positions down the pipeline. How is it that we're going to be able to maintain growth in staff positions while anticipating 500 less students next year? And where did the 500 number come from? How did you come to that conclusion?
So first I can speak to where the numbers come from, and this is part of a process completed actually in our information technology office, where they look at what's called the cohort survival method. They look grade to grade, school by school, at the trends for each individual grade level at those schools to see where we expect to end up the next year based on those trends. This is a standard method used nationwide. It also takes into account birth rates within particular catchment areas to get into the where we expect students to enter the system. Overall, when you combine all those numbers together, there is that decrease of about 0.5%. We look at budgeting at the school level. We provide additional funding each year to help make up for the increasing costs of employee salaries as our negotiated contracts go into effect each year. And of the entire pot, there's various formulas, and they're actually all publicly available and outlined in our school budget guidance to discuss exactly how schools get those formulas based on enrollment and equity measures at the school. And then once they get the funding, a good portion of the money is actually allocated, at the discretion of schools and principals, working with central office and their assistant superintendents. And it looks like this year there was an emphasis on maintaining positions and using funding particularly for those purposes. But that's how the full process works.
And Chair Thomas, Mr. Chairman, if I may just add that although it may, another bit of context I would mention is that, a decade ago or so, when the district had significant financial issues, and where staffing was literally cut across the board. I'm told there were schools that had a principal, maybe a teacher for the classroom, maybe somebody to help in the office, but not very much more. And it's just an absolute amazing to see how the district worked hard to try to recover. And it has taken years to get back to an acceptable level of staffing. So even though we have that 500 student reduction, I would just remind us that the staffing was reduced so low to just almost unsafe levels years ago, and it's taken years to build back up to even an appropriate level of staffing, and some areas are still understaffed.
Thank you. Does the formula and the method that you just communicate recommend, does it suggest that there has been any impact on school closures and other issues that we're facing in the city? Do you see that having an impact on the anticipated enrollment numbers?
Also, I'll ask Chief Herpin the financial perspective. I think that relative to a 0.5% decrease that we expect next year, I've not thought about it in terms of a school closure. I've thought about it, I personally have thought about it in terms of, let's figure out what we need to do to move the needle on academic achievement in the near term. And then let's pull all of our data together as a part of the project team and take a comprehensive look with internal and external staff under the leadership of the Board of Education to determine where we need to go in the future. So in the near term, I've interpreted those 500 the 0.5% student loss in terms of what do we need to do right now to make sure that we move the needle in academic achievement. And then certainly the issue that you raised, taking it up with the project team at the appropriate time.
So, I mean, that's basically, it's good to hear that we don't anticipate some of the issues that the facility crisis is creating, having an impact on either student enrollment or teacher retention. So I think that that's good news, and that's good to hear, because that was a concern of mine. Speaking of the facilities issue, you mentioned some schools are returning pretty soon, but there are a couple schools, I believe 3, where you didn't say what the plan is. What is the plan for the 3 schools that are still essentially virtual? And I'm thinking especially about a high school being virtual. Those kids probably spent a couple years during the pandemic in their high school career. We also know that this is the culmination time where there's a lot of activities and fun things to close the senior year out. What is the plan with the other schools that are still virtual?
We're meeting with about each of those schools every single afternoon. We were here last night meeting specifically about Frankfurt and the other schools. Chair Thomas, if with your permission, I'd like to ask our Chief Operations Officer, Oz Hill, if he'll give you a quick update on where we are with those schools, even though we don't have definite timelines for all of them just yet. Chief Hill.
Good afternoon, council members. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. We have 3 schools in question. They are C.W. Henry Elementary School, Mitchell Elementary, and Frankfurt High School. Currently, the Frankfurt High School special needs students are projected to return to in-person instruction over at Olney High School. Specifically, we are in the process of preparing 10 classrooms that will be occupied by those students. Yesterday, we completed an environmental as well as a maintenance assessment of those spaces to be occupied by the Frankfurt High School special needs students. The projected completion of all 61 of the identified punch list items is this Sunday on what would be the 7th of May, with the faculty returning or occupying the space on Monday, the 8th of May, and the special needs students actually arriving on the 10th, Wednesday, the 10th of May. We are in the process of identifying suitable swing spaces for the remainder of the student body and school population. We have assembled a team of subject matter experts, as well as identifying a school community assessment team or representatives from the school community to participate in the assessment team to go out and actually verify the recommended and suggested spaces that are a composition of district-owned facilities as well as non-district owned facilities. What I would like to offer as a caveat to that, any space identified, whether it is district owned or non-district owned, will require a rigorous inspection or evaluation to ensure that it is suitable for occupancy in terms of the environmental disposition of the facility, as well as the overall maintenance and support amenities required in the facilities. That's the update that I'd like to offer on Frankfurt. On Mitchell Elementary, we are going through the process of a full evaluation to define the scope of work associated with that facility. We expect that the scope of work, which will result in a work plan, will be completed not later than this Friday, May 5th, close of business. Finally, the update on Henry Sir is we are awaiting the final report from the Criterion Lab concerning the testing and sampling that was done as of last week. We expect that that report will be submitted at the very latest, or provided to us at the very latest by close of business tomorrow. In turn, we will provide that information to our partners, the PFT Health and Welfare Fund, and with their concurrence, which we anticipate by the end of the week, that facility should be suitable for return of that school population, sir.
Thank you.
Subject to any other question, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
I was apologizing. I'm having a little issue with my camera. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. But I just wanted to get some clarity, and then, yeah. So Frankfurt, you said that Frankfurt high school students are going to be going to Alany. Did I hear that correct?
Just the special education students, sir. The priority was placed on by Dr. Calderon. Was placed on in-person learning experience for the special education students, the seniors, English as a second language students, and then the larger school population in terms of finding suitable in-person education space.
Okay. Just a couple of things that I got to pass it to my colleagues, and I'll come back for the second round. In the midst of the PowerPoint presentation, you talked about a facilities project team. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
So in the midst of creating a facilities project team, have there been any members of the legislative branches of government on the city or state side that's been invited to be a part of the project team?
We have. And let me be very specific. There have been requests and offers from members of the municipal legislative branch that have offered to participate in the project team. And we fully intend to engage them in that process because the insight and expertise of the legislative body members is critical to our process, as well as a cross-section of the community at large. One of the things, in just being completely transparent, we are in the process also of defining the roles and responsibilities as we look to engage members from a cross-section of the community that we serve, the nonprofit, faith-based business communities, as well as our elected officials. So as we're going through, we fully intend to engage those members, and we want to make sure that we have clarity around what we are asking of the all of the participants to ensure that we're respectful of the valuable time and limited time that those key leaders in our community will have to participate on the project team.
Thank you for that answer. I think this is just my opinion. Based on your projections in 2025, close to 99% of your funding will come from city and state legislators, along with the executive branch of government. I do think it would be a good idea to extend that invitation, at least the invitation, to some of the legislators to allow them to be a part of this process. The last thing, and then I'll pass it to our Majority Leader Jones. You this at least the last thing for this round. You spoke about 200. Well, the mayor said that our number for you is $282 million. Listening to today's proposal from the school board as well as the school district, based on what you will call adequate funding, what would the dream number be that the city of Philadelphia would give the school district in this year's budget to guarantee adequate funding?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask that we perhaps give President Streeter the opportunity to speak to that. I know the board has spoken to their 4 priorities, so I think that might be appropriate for board president to speak to first.
Yeah, I think just this will be brief. I think the 318 million that we've asked for, which isn't just a pie in the sky number, which is based off of a study done by a reputable third party as it relates to what the city's portion of the 1.7 billion that we believe that we need, or that we know that we need to fully educate children in the city. But as you know, we can't propose our lump sum budget based off of receipts that we don't know that are not intended, that are not going to be forthcoming. So, but yeah, thank you for the opportunity of just saying that $318 million.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Wallington, for your update and clear vision. And I say that because it often is difficult when you talk about an organization as large as the school district to kind of get those guardrails, guidelines, and goals and visions for it. But pretty much you have done, and you and your team have done a good job of articulating a larger view. What I'd like to do with my time is to go into some specifics of what I get questions about from my constituents and from advocates for education. Clearly, there are the girls' highs, the centrals, the mastermans, and the Palombos of the world. How do we dissect how a special admit school became so proficient at education and put that in a bottle that we can replicate in every part of the city, so that we don't have these lotteries where people come away from the lottery dejected based on their life trajectory. I get parents and grandparents that literally view this as life and death. for their children. And to a degree, they might be right. So my first question is, how do we model what is done at those special admit schools and replicate it to the Overbrook High Schools and other schools in every neighborhood?
Thank you, Leader Jones, the Majority Leader Jones. The first answer to your question is that, one, we have an internal team talking to students, parents, teachers, principals, and others to get feedback about all of the things they think we do well and all of the things they think just are not working well with the criteria-based school selection process. Part of that feedback is helping us to understand perceptions about why people think a certain way about some schools that have a very fine reputation that took decades to develop. One of the things that I'm learning about, for example, is I don't hear people talk as much about a Paul Robeson High School in West Philadelphia that is doing very well, has a 95% graduation rate. I was there when former Governor Wolf and Speaker McClinton came and presented a proclamation to the principal of that school. But it's not one that gets a lot of attention as some of the others. So we're studying that, number one, as a part of the strategic plan development. Number two, we have an external team performing an audit of the criteria-based school selection process to audit the process, both to give us just like a financial audit, did we do what we said we were going to do? And we've also asked them to think through recommendations, since they don't have a dog in the fight. Give us some recommendations about what you see here. And then third, I think that we're taking time to understand why people really have such a high regard for schools that just have a reputation that's different from some of our other schools. Fourth, as a part of the strategic plan work, we are identifying strategies to improve non-criteria-based schools and perhaps expand some of our criteria-based schools so that they are in other areas of the city versus just having one Masterman or one Central or one whatever other schools that you referenced.
And if I can
answer.
And if I can add, so I went to Germantown High School, which was a neighborhood comprehensive high school. And I think, Dr. Watlington mentioned earlier, due to the fiscal crisis that the public school sector in Philadelphia was in, a lot of schools had things ripped out that worked. So, for example, you had schools like Germantown that had Junior Air Force ROTC, law and government, all of these things that Dr. Connie Clayton kind of really put into our comprehensive neighborhood high schools, where a person like me, who actually got accepted to a criteria-based school, chose to go to Germantown High School because it has so much other offerings. You can get law and government there. You had AP courses. You had CT-esque type things going on in the schools. I think that, like, understanding the context, how we have to rebuild the district and put things back that need to be put back. For example, I'm standing before I go to my example. I think that's kind of the context we're in. So I think now we're in a space where we're trying to figure out, well, why are the criteria-based schools, I guess, in some ways better equipped to deal with some of the challenges? Are we able to kind of keep some of their stature? And I think that it has an impact. I think one of the impacts of being a criteria-based school, sad to say, is sometimes they have access to external resources versus people resources. And also economic resources that were able to brunt some of the losses that we had. But what I'm very much inspired about, and this is what I mean by the educational renaissance, is Dr. Watlington is taking a strategic approach to say, hey, he thinks that every school should have an AP course, right? But also, when you think about AP courses in science, for example, you got to figure out how you're going to retrofit your buildings for certain infrastructure and things like that. So I think a lot of good news is on the way, and I think a lot of your answers are going to be answered. A lot of your questions are going to be answered in May when Dr. Watlington unveils the 5-year strategic plan, of which I can't think of the last time that this district and this board has tried to think strategically and not just whack-a-mole issues where they are, but try to have a strategic plan for how we look at our neighborhood high schools. But I have a laser focus myself on neighborhood high schools. Many of the board members went to high schools in Philadelphia as well. 2 of our board members went to Girls High. I went to Germantown. I have children in the district right now who will be in our high school. So just want to put that context to it as well.
So I appreciate that response. I guess what I want to say is that we need to bottle it, we need to engineer it and be able to replicate it. That's number one. But what do we track the graduates of particular schools to see the positive or negative outcomes after 5 years? So the question I would have, and I hear the bell, the question I would have is, what happens to the average graduate of Overbrook High School? Do they A, get a job? Do they go on, B, to higher education? Do they wind up in the military? And to be able to track them to say that this fundamental education provided this positive outcome or not so positive outcome, so that we can then reverse engineer what is missing at particular schools. So do we keep track of that?
Leader Jones, if I may just say really quickly to your point about how do we bottle, engineer, and replicate success in some schools at other schools, President Streeter just talked about a deep data review that we're doing and that we'll have more to say as we launch the strategic plan. One of the allocations that we do that is absolutely not equitable in the school district of Philadelphia, and I don't think it's done purposely, it's just like a lot of districts has happened over time, but we've got to unengineer some of the statistics we have. For example, if the number one factor after 50 years of research on schools, to your point, sir, tells us that teachers are the number one factor influencing student academic growth, then we have to make sure that we're sharing that talent equitably, and currently we do not. Now, I'll give you 2 quick points to demonstrate that. And I was a very new teacher at one time, and as a new teacher, I had to have time to learn my craft. And quite frankly, I was learning my first year just like the students. So you wouldn't want to have a school with all brand new teachers, and then you have a school with an experienced faculty. Ideally, you wouldn't want to have a school with all strong teachers and all struggling teachers, because we're all at different places in our journey and working hard to do good things for children. Here's my point. I looked at our data for national board certified teachers, for example, very rigorous, prestigious certification that teachers can get. And the research says that national board certified teachers are associated with improved student outcomes nationally. We have twice as many national board certified teachers in our criteria-based schools, almost twice as many percentage-wise than in the non-criteria-based schools. So we've got to look at how do we develop policies, how do we have incentives that get more of these teachers where we need them the most. Second point I want to make very quickly, if I may. If you look at all of our learning networks, the acceleration network, which serves some of our most needy students, has significantly higher percentages of emergency licensed teachers. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with emergency licensed teachers, but they haven't had the benefit yet to go through a school of education program to become really as proficient as they will over time in how to teach the curriculum and the content. So one of the things we'll be looking at in the strategic plan is how do we incentivize people to be in some of the higher need places in a way that we just don't say, well, the superintendent's just going to transfer you over here like in the military, because nationally that has not worked. That's when teachers leave and they go other places. So we're being thoughtful about how we can incentivize to make sure that talent resources, in addition to budget resources, are more equitably distributed throughout our schools. That's a quick, short answer to get at how we, as you said, bottle, engineer, and replicate some of the success.
Doctor, thank you for that response. You always have had your cards on the table face up, to quote you, and I appreciate that response. Thank you, Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you, Chair Thomas, and good morning, Dr. Wallington and President Streeter. I want to start by saying yesterday, members of the Council Education Committee, we went to Harrisburg to meet with the legislators and members of the government administration to advocate for increased investment for school facilities because we know this is a crisis. And I was pleased that 3 more board members were able to attend with us, Wilkerson, Lamb, and Andrews, and were able to share their expertise in Harrisburg. And we also were joined with leaders from Reading, Meadville, Spring Township, and Lancaster. And I want to say that I am committed to continue building a statewide coalition to advocate for fair funding for schools, with a focus on facilities, because across the Commonwealth, we have varied issues, and together we win. But my major focus will always be Philadelphia. So my office will be, reaching out to coordinate more meetings like this for us to continue to have this conversation together. Because one thing I took away from those conversations is that leaders in Harrisburg, as well as with leaders with the city and the school district, have a hunger for this collaboration, because we all want quality schools and quality education for children in Philadelphia. So I'm excited to continue to work together. My questions are, I'm gonna have 3 and I'm gonna kind of say them real quick, and then you guys can come back and answer. And I think we had some of these conversations already. So I'm excited about to see the increased investments in counselors in this year's proposed budget. And I would like to hear more about the schools that were selected to receive these additional counselors, and is it any focus on the 57 blocks that have been most affected by gun violence in the city? The DA has been working on that, and I'm interested to learn, was the district able to consider that information in those staffing decisions? As a parent activist myself, my second question is about a parent ombudsman program that was back out when Superintendent Arlene Ackerman was in place, and it was very successful. And you talked about partnering with parents and community as one of your priorities for this year, and I agree that's important. That's how I got involved in politics. So along those lines, would the district consider bringing back the parent ombudsman program? And my third question is around hiring status. We know that there's a shortage of teachers in general, not just in Philly, but we realize this is across the Commonwealth. And can you talk a little bit about what your hiring looks like for all school positions, not just teachers? And I'm very interested to hear about pipelines for school staff to become teachers. So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
For superintendent response, I just want to say thank you, Co-Chair Brooks. We really appreciate the request and accepting us to come to the city council to the state with us. And I think it's brilliant and genius to continue the fight by doing what we did in the beginning, which is collaborating with people across the state who have some of the same exact issues that we have. So we look forward to partnering with you and being a collaborative partner. So thank you again. Just want to say thank you. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I had to do some lawyering. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or good morning still, I think. Councilmember Brooks, to the first question, which schools will be slated to have the increase in guidance counselors, and do they reflect the 57 blocks most affected by gun violence? Chief Hirschman, can we speak to whether we finalized those final school identifications just yet?
Yes, I believe that they have been finalized and schools are aware of them. I know this was a deep dive by our team into the data, really looking specifically at schools that are impacted by violence and trauma, as well as specific social, emotional, and mental health needs at those schools. Some proximity to the opioid corridor was considered in the decisions. I believe those are the main criteria that were looked at. I don't have the list in front of me of all of the 15 schools, but they have been notified and we can provide that.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
We will certainly do that. And then second question related to parent partnerships. Councilmember Brooks, I also heard a lot about parent engagement and some of the initiatives during the Dr. Ackerman's administration. And all of those options, quite frankly, are on the table. We're continuing to review those as a part of the strategic plan development around this priority. As we flesh that out more, we'll have more to say about what that specifically will look like. But we hear you loud and clear, and we heard it loud and clear from many parents across the district. And then third, relative to the question for hiring for all school positions, we're happy to share the hiring data as a follow-up to the council hearing. And if there are any areas that we've not noted, we're happy to share that information. You asked about how we're doing with the pipelines and what are we specifically doing. One thing I want to lift up is the paraprofessional initiative where we have people who are working in our schools right now. We have 2 cohorts. I think the first cohort were 80 paraprofessionals in the district last year who we are arranging to get their teaching licenses debt-free at Temple University, Temple, Drexel, LaSalle, College and Bound, and Cheney University. And what's unique, Councilmember Brooks, even though our teaching population is heavily female and white, our paraprofessional groups that we are having cohort 1, I think about 80, cohort 2 is about 75 or 80. We can get you the exact numbers. These individuals are majority people of color, African American and Latino. And so I think that it's a promising first step toward, as we have these vacancies, getting more diversity and more teachers of color in the school district. It's a small percent compared to the big size of the district, but it is one step in the right direction, and I'm very pleased that we've got all those university partners. We need to do a lot more, and we will.
Thank you so much, and I am excited to see the district moving in the right direction. And once again, I am committed to making sure we get as much money to support these initiatives, and let's continue to stay in conversation and in partnership. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, that ends my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. Chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Wallington, first and foremost, as always, thank you for your advocacy, your leadership as you work to move the city of Philadelphia school district forward. I just want to thank you for being here today. Just a couple questions around the support systems for trauma-informed support for our young people. I know you talked about expanding counselors, but I want to talk about efforts around behavioral health counselors. I have a Save Our Youth budget initiative that I'm going to be advocating for. And so I want to talk about trauma support services for our young people. One, behavioral health counselors. Do we provide behavioral health counselors? If we do, how many and how schools are picked to actually distribute the resources for behavioral health counselors, which is totally separate from guidance counselors. And also, two, I want to take a look at trauma-informed support that we're providing to our young people as it relates to gun violence and what type of initiatives that we have on the agenda to address this issue, because obviously this is the number one issue that we're dealing with as it relates to our young people being shot and murdered day in and day out, which I believe has an impact on their psyche when they go to and from school. And then the last part of my question is around the issue of the expansion of CTE programs. I know you did a presentation with the building trades, and I wanted to see if what are our efforts to bring back schools like Edward Bach, bring back schools or expand on schools like Dobbins, to provide our young people another alternative to traditional career opportunities. And, you know, I grew up going to Edward Bach High School. I'm a machinist by trade before I decided to go to University of Pennsylvania as well as Mansfield. But I always have the skills of being a tradesman forever. And so as we look at thinking outside the box for our young people, I think that was a great avenue for our young people. But obviously, for some apparent reason, the district in the past, prior to you coming on board, decided to get rid of a lot of our trade schools here in Philadelphia, which limited the options of our young people having the pathway out of poverty. And so those are three parts of my questions: behavioral health counselors, two, trauma-informed support for our young people who have been experienced or impacted by gun violence, and three, how are we expanding trades and community learning opportunities for our young people as well in our school system.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Really quick, I forgot to mention earlier to Councilmember Brooks that one other thing we're doing to try to build that pipeline to get more diverse teachers. I met recently with Lincoln University's president, and although they don't have an undergraduate education program, they are open to sitting down with us and figuring out how we get more teachers through their Master of Arts in Teaching program. So I'm really excited that Lincoln University wants to get in the partnership, since the two first historically Black colleges and universities are here in the state of Pennsylvania, and we absolutely need to get more African American teachers. To your question, Councilmember Johnson, yes, sir.
Dr. Wallington, real quick, can I just get a point of information for clarity, just for members of this committee? Maybe you can help us out, right? And obviously, it's tough recruiting teachers to teach in our public school system, but who sets the rates of how much teachers are paid? Obviously, that's beyond your purview, but how does that work, if you don't mind me sliding that in there as a point of information as well? Because I believe that goes a long way to teaching. It's a noble profession, but obviously a lot of young people, want to make a few dollars, and they have to make a decision between becoming a teacher or becoming an entrepreneur. And so it may make things a little difficult for them to become a teacher. So who sets the actual rate of how much teachers get paid?
I'll just take a quick stab at that, then I'll ask Chief Herbstman, who's our financial expert here. In the state where I came from, the state had a state-funded teacher salary, and the local school districts could add a supplement on top of it. And so districts were very competitive in terms of how they competed with each other. I do know that here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, certainly in Philadelphia, a lot of our salaries are a result of bargaining. And so Chief Herbstman, can you speak to that?
Yes. So all of the rates are set by our negotiated agreement with PFT. Each rate is negotiated as we do those multi-year negotiations. The current contract goes through the end of next year, FY2024. So around this time or a little earlier next year, we will be negotiating between the Board of Education and PFT to develop a new multi-year contract with new rates.
And if I could just add briefly, that in addition to what teachers are paid, the district, the board, Vice President Mallory Fix-Lopez kind of heads our kind of policy work with the state, has suggested that we can do something to make it easier for teachers to come from out of state into in-state as well. There's barrier. I think Dr. Wallington said it's easier for a teacher to become a teacher in North Carolina than it is for a North Carolina educated teacher or licensed teacher to matriculate into Pennsylvania. And also things such as the $2,500 tax deductible that the governor is suggesting, is putting forth as a potential in this year's budget, and things like subsidized housing, right? As we think about what we're going to do our facilities, maybe that could be something on the table as well. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of put those extra context of things that we can do to try to bring in more talent as it relates to teachers. But yeah, the teacher pay is very important.
And Councilmember Johnson, to your question about career and technical education, in this strategic plan, we will clearly recognize that all students will not go to a four-year college or even to a two-year or to the community college. And so we'll have something to say about innovative ways to get more of our children involved in career technical education opportunities, not limited to what we're doing at Strawberry Mansion High School, that pilot initiative that we kicked off this year. We hear you loud and clear. Just know it's a big, huge priority for us, and we're working closely with Community College President Dr. Guy Generals. And we will publicly share the audit findings that will help us determine how we get better with providing more opportunities there. Regarding the trauma-informed support, I've been trained by President Streeter. When I hear the bell at the board meeting, time's up. So I'm going to stop and wait for Chair Thomas to tell me what to do.
Feel free to answer the question. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Regarding your two questions, Councilmember Johnson, about trauma-informed supports, specifically how we're doing with behavioral health counselors who are different than traditional guidance counselors, and what we're doing for trauma-informed support for victims of gun violence. I'm going to ask Chief of Student Support Services, Chief Karen Lynch, if she will come on and give you the response to that question. Chief Lynch.
Thank you. Councilman and Dr. Watlington. We can give you, Councilman Johnson, the numbers. I don't want to give an exact number of how many behavioral counselors we have right now, but we can give you that number moving forward, as well as the number of positions that are behavioral health counselors that are actually filled. In addition to, is he still there? He just disappeared from my screen. In addition, I'm presuming he's still there. In addition to what Dr. Watlington just shared about the online program that we have for students and the services that we have in our schools, including our STEP services and our intensive behavioral health services that are in every single one of our schools. We are also starting an initiative moving forward. We kicked it off a few weeks ago with a very innovative doctor of who's practicing behavioral health and social services, particularly geared toward children who have experienced trauma. I think we shared with you at the hearing that was held several weeks ago that Dr. Sean Jenwright has come to Philadelphia. It's one of the sole locations outside of Oakland where he lives and works to implement his services. He's going to provide training to our students and to our teachers and school-based staff. And also, we shared with you that there is a camp that is coming this summer that will be attended by those students who and the children in the city who have experienced trauma and who are in great need of uplifting and support. And so that initiative is well underway. We had an opportunity when Dr. Jenwright came to Philadelphia to meet with the foundation community and potential funders. And so we're really looking forward to getting our principals involved. We had a convening with our principals. There's going to be probably about 20 schools that have high needs selected for this effort.
I might just add to what Chief Lynch said. I was so pleased that she invited me to attend a recent dinner meeting when he was in Philadelphia, since he's going to be doing work here next year. The key question I remember he talked to us about in the presentation is we have to stop asking what's wrong with you and change the question to what happened to you. But just remember that name, Dr. Genwright. He's going to be a great partner to the district and the student support staff in all of our schools. So thank you. Thank you, Chief Lynch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your response, everybody, and thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for your line of questioning. Chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
Thank you, Chairman and Thomas. Thank you, Dr. Watlington. Mine's is pretty simple. I know a couple weeks with you on another hearing, you could see the concern about the fair funding and the fact of having a plan in case we do get this money from the state government. Just want to know if, now that you know that the unfair funding was ruled on, are you now in the process of planning what we would do if we get money to rebuild some of these schools? Is there a plan that we would have ready to go, or are you in the midst of making a plan? And if so, what will we do with the children from the facilities that we are redoing or rebuilding in the interim?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Harity. Absolutely, we are we're in a position to be fully prepared to make good decisions with additional funding as and when it comes our way. And the specifics of the question you asked are the topics of the project team membership. We want to get a few more people around the table with us, so we just don't make all those decisions by ourselves, but include our community. And to Chair Thomas's point, some of our elected officials, so they can have a role in this at the table with us and do this together. President Streeter has been adamant that he wants us to do this work together and not just work in an isolated way in the district. And we are ready to do that, roll up our sleeves and do that work together so that we can have good decisions, shovel ready, to improve our school facilities as dollars eventually flow to the district, more dollars flow to the district.
And I just want to add briefly that the presentation that we gave a few weeks ago, we've done a lion's share of the work. So while we may not have a, go outside, pick a school, and there's a plan for this school, or, renderings of what this next school is going to look like in this neighborhood or this, that, and the other, but we do know what the state of our buildings are. We do have a price, even though it's probably changing as inflation occurs, as to what it will cost to rebuild, retrofit the district as is. I think there may be room for a discussion about utilization and utilization of spaces, shared spaces, or whether a school needs to be reimagined and torn down, things of that nature. But a lot of the work is done. But I do want to say finally, because we're in the business of educating children, not business, because it's probably the worst term to use as ways educating children, we do believe that the strategic plan that Dr. Watlington has spent a year planning on, which is going to be implemented, should inform what we do with our buildings. The strategic plan, in theory, I think it's going to be all of our legacies. Could be the thing that springboards our city for the next 100 years. To have not just an academic program that takes us into the 22nd century, but also for us to be able to have the buildings that support that. And we believe that instead of rushing into, having a master facilities plan without having a strategic plan, that Dr. Watlington has done a lot of legwork, getting buy-in, doing listening and learning sessions, engaging with the board, engaging with the city. I think that piece has to be done first, and then we can have kind of and then layer on the other things, such as shared spaces. So, for example, we have schools now that have dentists in them, right? Should pre-K be infused completely in the public school system, like actually housed in our schools? These are questions that can be answered and will be answered very soon. But I would say the lion's share of the work of what the buildings look like, what should it cost to get them fixed, that stuff has been done already. I just want to give you that context, Councilmember Harity.
That's good to know. I like it. I like being prepared, especially if we get a boatload of money. I'd love to be able to give these kids some pride in their schools. The only other question I have is with support staff, counselors. I'm concerned, just like Councilman Johnson and others, about the effects on what our kids are seeing on a daily basis. With all the murders and as well as some of the areas where they go to school and what they have to see en route to school. How are we doing with staffing up on counselors and things like that? And is there any kind of, if somebody is deemed to need more therapy, let's say, is there a way that we can, or we are partnering with different psychological departments or agencies in order to get these kids the treatment they may need?
I'll take the first stab at that, Councilmember Harity, in terms of how we're doing with the guidance counselors. Historically, the School District of Philadelphia has had a ratio of students to guidance counselor of one guidance counselor per 649 students or so. The National Counselors Association recommends a ratio of one counselor per every 250 students. So historically, we've been about 3 times higher than, if that's the right way to say it, than what the national recommendations are. So long story short, we don't have enough guidance counselors. And in this budget, we are just focusing on a small number of our highest need schools. If we got additional resources, counselors would certainly be one of them, the areas that we want to apply more resources to, in addition to some of the other areas and to upgrading the school buildings. That's the short answer to your question, sir.
Okay. Are we looking to do any kind of partnership, like I said, for like the students that may need a little bit more extra attention? I had a meeting with St. Chris the other day, and we had a discussion about mental health and our students and how we could get some of these children's hospitals to kind of help out with students that may need a little extra talking and just getting it out for them.
To specifically answer that, I'm going to ask Chief Lynch if she'll come back on. She leads a lot of key work in this area, so we'll defer to her expertise.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington. A couple of things. One, I would stress we are currently partnering with Drexel, Jefferson, and Penn on services and trauma support related to the experiences that children are having, but also related to the anxiety, the depression, some of the psychological experiences that students are having as a result of COVID, the isolation of COVID, the changes that took place during COVID. And so partnering with local experts in suicide prevention, as well as depression and anxiety, are extremely important. We're partnering with several nonprofits in this regard. And I would share with you, I believe your question was also about our counselors who are seeing students and what that impact is on our counselors. I think Dr. Watlington has also shared that in this last year, since his arrival, we have increased the behavioral health services for staff within the school district of Philadelphia. So that would be in addition to the benefits that they already receive, and it provides an opportunity for staff to engage confidentially with practicing psychologists and for mental health services.
Thank you. That was great. Very informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harity. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for this morning's hearing thus far. Thank you to Mayor Kinney, Board President Streeter, and Superintendent Watlington and your entire teams. I've been here listening to the testimony and obviously have a few questions, but wanted to go back over a few things that I did hear and also see, and then also mistakenly put into the chat relative to the teacher reduction at Girls High. Or the staff reduction, I should state, at Girls High. So I have to put that one on the record as a graduate of the Philadelphia High School for Girls, having met with the girls here at City Hall, and we've hosted them for a briefing prior to their SAFE conference that they held at LaSalle University. I just want to get it on the record that I am looking forward to working with you all relative to ensuring that all of our schools across the district, but particularly the Philadelphia High School for Girls, has the opportunity to be fully staffed to meet the needs of the young women at Girls High and the young people at Girls High. So I just want to be very clear and put that on the record that I would like to work with you all to ensure that they have what they need, because I cannot, continue in this process without acknowledging that. I heard you talk about those 3 schools, Superintendent Watlington. I also wanted to circle back and thank our chair, Councilmember Thomas, and all of my colleagues who traveled to Harrisburg with all of you yesterday in advocacy for the district. It is very important that we work collaboratively to ensure that from an intergovernmental perspective, we are able to do as much as possible, particularly around, I saw the fund balance ending numbers for FY27 and also for 28. I wanted to just ask a couple of questions, but before that, I want to give a shout out and a special thank you to Principal DeLuca at Samuel Gompers Elementary School, Mrs. Safeli, Miss Summers, who is the teaching assistant. She is just phenomenal. Mrs. Davis and all of the Principal Johnson and all the staff also at Engineering and Science. Those are the schools that my children attend. I have 3 children in the Philadelphia public school system, and I missed a bit of the testimony dealing with an issue to ensure that my son was receiving adequate service via his speech therapy. So I wanted to start by talking about the catchment issue. You all know that this has been a challenge for me for 3 years, and I want to appreciate the staff, particularly Laurel, for working with us to engage you all. But you know that we've talked about this, and I appreciate you all making changes to the website, to ensure that you can fix some of the technological issues relative to ensuring that people are going to the proper schools, and particularly parents when they sign up for their young people. While you all are continuing to work on finding solutions for families around this catchment issue, I am still really concerned about how the district is creating the catchment areas, and thus how we do not promote our neighborhood public schools to all of our families. So for the record, can you just start with providing an update on how the district plans to address, falling enrollment, and also how you all will ensure that you improve the catchment boundaries to better serve families? Now, I will say for the record that we are being, based on the current catchment zones, routed to the correct school and being routed to the Renaissance Charter, and then the secondary school for middle school, for whatever unknown reason, is Blankenburg for our catchment, even though the closest local public school is Gompers, but I know that's what you all have in place. And then it goes back to Overbrook. How are you all going to fix this? Okay. And then how are you going to ensure that you are marketing and promoting our neighborhood public schools to families so that they know they do have an option to attend their closest local public school without having to go through the enrollment office? So I'll start there.
Can I just speak generally as it relates to the enrollment issue? I think that what the district is doing and the board is doing its part is to amplify the good news of the district. I think, we're talking about a lot of technical things, but sometimes we have to go back to basics, right? And I think that we, as you know, we are just like you are as city council. There's a 24-hour news cycle. And so we're trying to keep up with some of the beautiful things that are happening. So for example, we have students, get into Harvard, not saying that everybody has to get into Harvard and things like that. We have students that we amplify, when they save someone's life, or students who, as it relates to CTE. I think that the more that we all can amplify the good news, and Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, I know you do. You are one of our biggest cheerleaders, and I appreciate the advocacy and the passion. I too share it as a parent of children in the district. I think the district has done a lot over the last year or two to help be honest and transparent about the things that parents need to know and that the city needs to know, but also, amplifying the good news of the district as well. So it sounds like to me that if we're not targeting high schools intentionally in the good news, I think that we are. I'm not the district. I'm not in the weeds on that issue. I think that could be something that we also could talk about as well. But just wanted to say that piece. I think as we all continue to amplify the good news in the district and all our public charter sector, I think that's a starting point. But Dr. Wallington, I'll let you get into the technical piece.
I just piggyback on what President Streeter said, and I think the quickest way to get an answer real specific to you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, I'm going to ask our Chief of Staff, Sarah Galbally, if she'll just say a little bit about the work we're doing in that area. Chief Galbally.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Wallington, and good afternoon, council member. So I know that there have been some ongoing conversations between folks on our end, as with you and your team, about both catchments and the school finder issue. I think specifically on catchments, what we are currently looking at is what is the process by which other districts update their catchments on a more regular basis so that we can be looking at this issue regularly and not just tying it to a facilities master plan, which we might undertake hopefully every 20 years, right? So how can we put a process in place that we are regularly looking at our catchments and making sure that we are effectively serving our families and providing options close to where they live? And that work is ongoing, and happy to set up a conversation to provide you with an update. On the school finder issue, I know that work is ongoing on our side between our Chief of Information Technology, our Chief of Student Support Services, and Laurel around how we can update the school finder systems so that when families are identifying their catchment school, if that catchment school is a Renaissance school, how we can provide clear opportunity for them to opt into a district-run school. So I believe that we have been working with the developer of School Finder and are exploring those options and hopeful to have an update and next steps to you shortly.
Okay, well, I await that information with anticipation. As you know, this is my third year working on this issue with all of you, and I will, continue to work with you on this issue. But this is something that I think is important. In addition to that, we regularly receive postcards from other schools notating that they are available for enrollment. I do think the district should be in the business of doing that as well, particularly for the young people that live in the Renaissance Charter areas also. So I wanted to get that on the record. And also thank you, Sarah, for your willingness to meet and for receiving the feedback that I shared during the meeting. I also wanted to talk about looking at your Budget 101 document. There's a section that kind of walks through school budgets and details how budgeting is allocated by student, and then some additional resources noted for schools that have high need. Some of the things I saw were, I heard the bell, and I'll finish up on this and come back on the second round. But some of the things I saw were like a central counselor or additional funds being implemented for the positive behavioral interventions and supports. But it doesn't seem to really be enough to make sure all of our high need schools have an equitable number of resources. So we can come back and talk about it on the second round. But the question is, how are you all ensuring that equity is built into the school budgeting process so that the young people who do have the highest need are being prioritized for support? And is there one central counselor sort of enough to really meet the needs of our young people who are struggling? And I know I heard my colleagues talk about earlier the difference in a counselor, but also trauma support. I heard Councilmember Johnson talk about that. But if you all could just address that on the second round, that'll be helpful. But that's the question. And then I have some additional questions as well. I heard the bell. Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore.
Will I be humbly have the opportunity to finish my question since I had a technical difficulty before we go into the second round, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Councilmember Johnson, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. Councilmember Johnson, we'll come back to you after Councilmember Bass, if that works for you. And Councilmember Bass is up next.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Bass. Then after Councilmember Bass, it'll be Councilmember Johnson. And then we'll move to a second round, starting with myself and Councilmember Jones. Chair recognizes Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you today?
I'm excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Bass. Glad you're here and looking forward to your line of questions.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here. I want to thank the Philadelphia School District and everyone for being here today. It's always a pleasure. And let me just jump right into some of my questions because there's been a lot that's been discussed today, and I think that, it's been very, very informative. I will say that. I wanted to go back, if we could start at the very beginning and go to goals and guardrails, because we've been talking about goals and guardrails for quite some time now. And I can't remember exactly when it was started or implemented, but, it's been a number of years. And so when I look at the schools within my district and look at, what some of the progress is and, how resources are being spent, I have some concerns about trying to move the needle in a significant way. I know that these things don't happen overnight, but I think that given where some of our schools were and where they are now, we haven't seen the goals and guardrails really come to fruition for a lot of our kids. And so I was hoping you all could talk a little bit about that. And let me give you a couple of very specific examples. And so I think it was about 2014 or 2015, there was a big hubbub about, what school was that? Edward T. Steele School, which is in the 8th Council District in Nicetown. And there was, talk about another charter school provider coming in and providing the services. But, that wasn't accepted. And so I wanted to just ask about that school and a few others in particular, because the Edward T. Steele School in 2015, and I don't have the numbers directly in front of me from back then, but in 2014, 15 or so, it was probably among the lowest performing schools in the city of Philadelphia. And when you fast forward to 2023, based on what you posted on the school district site, which was, I know it's dated because of COVID and everything, but the last exams, standardized testing exams that were posted were from 2019. And so those exams show that the Edward T. Steele School is still among the lowest performing schools in this Philadelphia school district. And so the only thing that's happened, so it seems between now and then, is that time has passed, but the time has not given any sort of advantage or benefit or assistance from the district to the students, because it's still among the lowest performing schools with a math score of 0% proficiency in math and 8% proficiency in English. And if I go just about a mile and a half away from Steele and Nicetown to Central over in the Logan bordering on Germantown area, Central High School, then, I wonder, how does a student from Steele, how do we get those students who have, that neighborhood, that community that's been struggling, how do those students get to be in a school like a Central or a Masterman? And I don't see that the district has done, sort of like made that a priority to figure out how do we get them there, because the average scores at Central from the last standardized testing, according to your site, were 92% in proficiency in math and 100% proficiency in English. So again, I want to just draw the contrast. Edward T. Steele, 0% in math versus Central. And Edward T. Steele, just for full disclosure, is, an elementary and middle school. 0% in math. Central, to get into Central High School, it's at 92% proficiency in math. Edward T. School, 8% proficiency in English. Central High School, 100% proficiency in English. And so I say that to say there is no pathway. There is no, a direct line that is going to lead these students out of, a school that has great support, from the teachers, from the support staff, from the principal, all of these things from the community, all of these things are in place, but there is no pipeline out of poverty, I would say, into a school like a Central or even a Masterman. Masterman's proficiency rates are similar to Central's, 96% proficient in math and 100% also proficient in English. So how do you jump between 92 and 96% if you're at Edward T. Steele School in math? How do you jump from there to there? And how do you jump from 8% proficiency in English to 100% at both Masterman and Steele? How do you jump 92 points to be able to attend a school, a well-performing school? So I just, I have a great deal about concern, the allocation of resources, and how is it that we're not, after all this time, after all we know, paying more attention to the Steele schools. And that's not the only one, but I point that out because it is among the lowest performing. And I'll draw one other quick contrast because I really want to hear your answer. Martin Luther King High School, which is, a high school, is at a 3% proficiency in math and 14% proficiency in English. And one last contrast, the, let me see, I got a lot of them. I got my whole district here, but let's say Thurgood Marshall School. And these schools are all about, I would say, less than 2 miles, 3 miles apart from each other. Thurgood Marshall is at 9% proficiency in math and 23% proficiency in English. So I was hoping that you could help us to understand, what is the pathway for these children to be able to get into some of these, highly performing slots, because I don't see it. And as I think it was Council Member Jones who spoke earlier and who said that, the desperation among parents to get their kids into these slots is the recognition that these are life-changing opportunities. And so if they don't have the chance from the giddy up what does this mean for their future? And I'll wait for your reply.
Councilmember Bass, I just want to talk a little about the goals and guardrails piece first. Thank you for your question.
Sure.
We're co-parents of children. We're not co-parents, but we're both parents of children who are at the same public school. So appreciate that as well. So I just want to put context to the goals and guardrails. They were started, they were adopted in 2020. And I think the questions you're asking are the question the board was asking itself. What are we going to do about the fact of our learning outcomes? And we in our attempt to shift our time spent, the questions we ask, even the superintendent we're going to hire, we did it through a framework that aligns with the goals and guardrails. And I just want to kind of go through them real quick for people who don't know the goals and guardrails. So we have 3 goals. One is reading. Goal 1 and 2, every student reads on or above grade level. These are aspirational, and I believe they are doable. Math, every student performs on or above grade level in math. College and career, every student graduates ready for college and career. And then we have guardrails that support our goals. Guardrail 1, welcome and supportive schools. Guardrail 2, enriching and well-rounding school experiences. Guardrail 3, partnering with parent family members. And guardrails addressing racist practices. So while we know that we are not where we're going to be, we have every month we monitor the things that some of the things that you're saying, and we ask the district questions why and bring attention, and the district offers solutions and tells us what the district is doing. This is something that we've been doing since 2020, right? It's going to take time for I think the outcomes that we are looking for to come to fruition, but we have also asked the question, what are we doing about the now? So again, the goals and guardrails redirects our energy from not focusing on these things. And I'm not saying that the previous SRC or previous leaders of the school district didn't do that, but I do think if in a school district of this type, if you're not careful with all of the crises, some of the crises and issues that go on, it may be harder to stay focused on these things. So with that being said, some of the things that Dr. Watlington has stated as we can do right now is focus on teacher attendance, right? Not to say teachers are bad if they don't show up or castigate them, but saying that, teachers being present in the classroom is important. In-person learning, yeah, we know we have challenges with our facilities right now, but in-person learning is also very important to the board as well. And then number 3, ensuring that students are in school at the rate. Dr. Watson to talk more about this as well, in school to receive said instruction. And also there's things such as high dosage tutoring and things like that Dr. Wallington is proposing as well for the here and now. But just to let you know, I think that you're asking the same questions that we ask ourselves every day. And there is a movement to ensuring that resources are shared equitably in the district to support some of those outcomes so they can get better. But Dr. Wallington, time's yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Streeter. And thank you for that question, Councilmember Bass. I'll just say there are 5 things right off the bat that students absolutely must have in the most challenging school situations. They are, number 1, highly qualified, well-supported, stable teachers over time. Now, I'll be the first to admit I've not made it to Edward T. I don't think I've made it to Edward T. Still yet. I've been to at least 75 schools. But
I'll be happy to take you on a tour.
I'm going to take you up on it, Councilmember Bass.
Right. Very good. Thank you.
We'll arrange a joint visit, and with President Street, he can come go with us. Highly qualified, well-supported, stable teaching faculty over time. I don't know what the teacher turnover ratio looks like at Edward T. Still, but I certainly will study the data. 2, students who are in really tough circumstances must have a highly qualified, well-supported, stable principal over time. 3, students in tough situations, and all students must have high-quality, rigorous curriculum in their classes. They've got to have, to move the needle, students have to have attendance, monthly attendance, 90% or higher. Teachers have to have attendance 90% or higher. And then on top of that, you add in high impact tutoring, kind of like the model that we are studying in Chicago that we're going to roll out as a part of our strategic plan, where we bring really high, well-trained tutors in the school during the school day, and they are there with teachers in the classroom. In addition to that, I'll just be quite frank with you. I've had an experience turning around one of North Carolina's lowest achieving schools in the bottom 5% in the state, Oak Hill Elementary School. And I distinctly remember it was a school where we had tried a lot of stuff and we just had to reconstitute that particular school. That's not the only way to do it. But I will say that when you have a school where there's really low achievement, we have to fully support the folks who are there. We have to partner with the parents. And then we have to also look at what are all the other options that we can put on the table to do the 5 things I referenced before. Now, I had a school very similar in my last district before I left North Carolina. And quite frankly, we were talking with our elected officials and others about the models across the country where we're getting the absolute strongest growth teachers from across the state and across the eastern part of the United States. And we were talking about really significant recruitment bonuses, really significant annual performance bonuses, and retention bonuses, where if you stay in this school where people are transferring out all the time, 5 years, we would allow you to cash out part of your salary. Now, people say, well, it's not just about money and education. I beg to differ. The districts that are getting better, they are doing some significant work with financial incentives when it comes to Councilmember Johnson's question earlier about paying more. I do think there's a place for paying what I would call, I think someone previously referred to it as combat duty. I think there are places where we have to do that. And so we're going to put those issues on the table as a part of a strategic plan and see if we can get some energy around agreeing to how we might do that. Can't do it everywhere. We should do it in some places. But I will tell you, Title I money alone will not turn around a historically underperforming school. It's just too limited a resource based on to do so. But anyway, those are some beginning thoughts, and I'd love to talk more about it when you and I go visit. Thank you.
Certainly. And I thank you. And I want to respect the time. I know that the bell is wrong, but I did want to say that as we are recognizing, and I don't know how you all track these sorts of things, but as we recognize that there are some schools that are performing in a way that is absolutely unacceptable to you, to me, to the school itself, to the parents, to the community, it is not performing. And so the question is, how are we being intentional in sending resources directly to them to support them? And I know that everybody needs resources, but clearly if you have not one student in the school, and I realize these numbers are a little bit older, but you have not one student who is proficient in math, and you have 8% of the population that is proficient in English, that means that they're able to read and write and understand the English language on grade level. And so that means that 92% of those students are not, and 100% of those students are not proficient or able to perform math on their grade level. Then I think it should set off a set of bells and alarms, and and I don't know that that's not what's already happening, but I would certainly ask that we would prioritize sort of like the very bottom of the list that is not getting what they need, because otherwise we are doing a disservice to these young people. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bass. Chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry for technical difficulties earlier today, but I did hear the tail end to the question regarding teachers' salaries, but I wanted to go into specifically the support that's provided for behavioral health counselors, which is totally separate from guidance counselors, to the type of trauma-informed support around gun violence for our young people. How are we expanding CTE programs, particularly around the building trades and other service trades? Do we have the appetite to begin maybe looking at going back to the model? We have more trade schools here in Philadelphia. I want to give a special shout out to also Ken Lynn. I've been working closely with around some of the community-based trauma support services and ideas for the district, and also give a shout out to the president of the school board, President Streeter, just for being accessible as relates to these particular issues, as well as the facilities issues here in the city of Philadelphia as well. So just want to say good morning, good afternoon.
Appreciate you too, good brother.
Dr. Wallington.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Johnson, thank you for that feedback. You referenced Chief Karen Lynch, so I'm going to ask her if she'll speak to that. She may have missed a piece of part of what she said earlier, but Chief Lynch can speak. Thank you, Chief Lynch.
Thank you, Dr. Wellington. And Councilmember Johnson, thank you for your kind words. Much appreciated. I think that we can always improve, certainly, but we have a great focus on the training that's received by our behavioral health counselors. I think I shared a couple of minutes ago about the really engaging program that we have that's coming on board, which we've already started. In fact, the group is here today. I talked about the healing-centered engagement. It's an opportunity for our behavioral health counselors to gain additional experience in their engagement with children that have had trauma. I think all the support that we can offer in this regard is extremely important. We also partner with community behavioral health here in the city, and they have provided training not just for our teams, but also for the providers that they have in our schools that are helping with this effort. I will share with you, just to be transparent, that one of the challenges that we have with regard to behavioral health positions is that, just like school nurses, this is a position where people have lots of opportunities, unfortunately, as a result of COVID, as a result of community violence. So keeping these positions filled is a big challenge for us. But providing the support that is needed is extremely important, and making certain that we maintain the state of the art and how to support children is extremely important to us as well.
The last part was the last part of the question revolved around the expansion of trade school opportunities for our young people. I know there was a recent partnership with the building trades. So I guess the biggest question is how many, and I've been down this road with the building trades before in the past regarding the school district. I think when Paul Valls was here. And so I guess in terms of moving forward, what does that partnership look like? What schools are prioritized for young people to participate? And then also, do we have an appetite to begin looking at alternative career opportunities for our young people, which basically means looking at tech school models, similar to Dobbin, similar to Bach. I think Mass on this one as well.
Yes, that's one of the areas, a part of the audit from the Southern Region Education Board is to give us some feedback, an external opinion, an objective opinion about how do we grow more, as you refer to as tech. I think Governor Shapiro is using that same language. Some people use the career technical ed, but we understand exactly what you're talking about, and we're looking at how do we grow more opportunities because we know a lot of children absolutely need it and can benefit from it.
All right. And last but not least, since I have a little more time, I think I brought this up before, not in a public setting. It might have been on the side, but I'll just state it for the record. Have we considered engaging organizations such as PAN, which is Philadelphia Anti-Drug, Anti-Violence Network, to actually work within the school system regarding the issue of conflict resolution and violence? We know that some of the homicides and shootings actually start in the school system, right, and spill out over into the street, as well as some of the gun violence starts on social media and then end up inside the school. So is there a concerted effort to partner with community-based organizations as being interveners to try to resolve these conflicts before they actually escalate to the level of shootings that we're seeing impacting our young people as well as our communities?
Councilman Johnson, I'm going to ask Chief of Safety, Chief Kevin Bethel, if he could maybe speak to that. I know he's got a lot of innovative, good work going on, and I want to underscore good work. Chief Bethel, what are your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wallington. And Board Member Johnson, so we use PAN on a regular basis. We've been using them for years. Townwide's Integrated Services has also been a great supporter, but PAN has been a phenomenal partner. Whenever we're having any kind of neighborhood conflict, because of their just level of outreach in the community, we're regularly reaching out to George Mosey and his team. They've been supporting us every time we've called. They've answered the call and will come to our schools and support us across the entire city. And so that's been an ongoing relationship and continues to be working very effectively to support us in the conflict resolution, and particularly with the neighborhood activity and parent issues we have after school.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll have other questions in my next round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I think we're going to move on to the second round. So I'll have a few questions myself, and then I'll be recognizing Councilmember Jones as well as Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. And we discussed earlier a number of different things that we're looking at. I want to go back to the PowerPoint slide that had the line graph related to special admission schools. I believe the number that you said was, I want to say maybe it was a couple hundred slots that we still had available in special admission schools according to the line graph. And I believe you said you reached out to folks, maybe 300 and something students, to fill maybe the 500 to 800 spots that were vacant. And I believe the number was less than 50 who actually accepted those positions as it relates to vacancies in our special admission schools. Do those numbers sound correct?
Yes, sir. There was, after the lottery process, there were approximately 800 vacant seats that had not been filled. Let me be really clear. Our desire going forward is to fill as many, if not all, vacant seats in the future to the extent that we can do that. So that's our goal, one of the goals we have, and we'll have to figure out how to do that. And we'll have more to share about that after the audit is finished. But out of those 800 vacant seats, we found we identified 316 students who applied to at least one of the criteria-based schools and did not get an acceptance into a criteria-based school. So the team held 4 information sessions, made phone calls to communicate with our students and their families. 54 of those students out of that 316 accepted an offer to attend one of those criteria-based schools.
So what is the plan to fill the couple hundred vacancies in order to make sure that students are in place by the start of the school year in September?
I'll say 2 things, sir. Historically, I've looked at the data for the 5 years before the pandemic hit, and the district each year had some unfilled seats in our criteria-based schools. So this is not a new phenomenon. What is new?
Because I can't see the PowerPoint. I mean, we can go back to it if you want to, but how many seats are we talking about we've had in the past compared to where we are now?
Prior to the pandemic, I want to get the exact number so I don't misquote it, but if my memory serves me right, and I know better than to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway, anywhere from 1 to up to high 300s, as I recall in the data. I'm going to fact check that. I'm going to fact check myself with Dr. Tanya Walford, our Chief of Research and Evaluation, because she's excellent at that. But I do know that we've had seats available, but 800 is an anomaly. As best I can tell, we've never gotten that high, at least in the past 5-6 years or so. And so next year, we're looking at how we tweak this process, improve the process so that we don't have as many filled seats. This year, we wanted to follow the criteria to the letter. I believe if you're not going to follow the criteria, just don't have it. If you're going to establish criteria, we tried to make sure this year that we follow it, and 1, and 2, we wanted to make sure that that we learn from the process, There are lots of things that we're thinking about and we're studying that might help us to do better next year. For example, it could be that we allow students to apply to more places. It could be that we do a different process for how we match students based on the schools that they're interested in so that there's a greater likelihood you get into one or two. There are several things that we'll be prepared to share when we finish the audit about what we can do and will do next year to not have 800 vacant seats at the conclusion of the lottery process.
Are you going to entertain the idea of allowing principals to go back to the interview format, or do you feel like that's just not an optimal way to do this?
We also are thinking through, as a part of this process, how do we marry together a lottery system and absolutely hear the voices of principals at the table? Because I recognize, even though I think the lottery did overall what it was intended to do this year, I say that as a new person to the district this year, I also recognize I could have a Tony Watlington sitting out there who is 1 point short and nobody talks to me, and I'm the principal and I know that I'm 1 point short, and I just had this, I'm taking care of 3 of my little siblings in the home. And so there are all those kinds of issues that we need to pay attention to. So, but short answer to your questions, we're looking at how we can marry the two together and have principal voice at the table, but do it in a way that we don't have the hookup opportunity where, because I know somebody, I get privilege over somebody who doesn't have a connection. Not to say that was rampant, but I can tell you everywhere I've worked where we've had some kind of special admission process, that's always a risk.
What about the issue of middle schools who originally were guaranteed admission into high schools, like engineering and science, middle school? I'm pretty sure there's a couple others. I believe SLA has a middle school that has that same intentional pipeline. What do you see as the final conclusion? Because when those middle schools and those pipelines were originally created, the intent was to allow the young people to have automatic admission into the special admission high school. So have there been any decision made around what happens with those middle schools who parents at one point were promised admission to the high school, and now that process changed so they don't have that guaranteed admission?
We are currently reviewing the process for if you're in a school in a feeder pattern and you're making satisfactory progress, the merits of letting you stay in that school. We haven't landed on the final conclusion, but it's one of the issues that we are carefully reviewing and thinking through now because we've heard that feedback loud and clear from many of our parents, or a good number of parents.
Thank you. Let me just put a couple other things on the record before I pass it to Councilmember Jones. As it relates to Act 158, when we last spoke, I think we were above 60% of our young people who met the requirement for that. Councilmember Jones and I believe that's one of the resolutions where we'll be having a hearing next month for those in the listening public to examine where we are with our young people in Act 158 and how many have met the graduation requirement and how many we have to get across the finish line this summer, because we have until August to essentially get that done. So I don't want to do a deep dive right now, but Mr. Superintendent, can you just tell us what percentage we're at now?
Absolutely. When we first came to your committee hearing back in December, I believe it was, we were at 49%. The last numbers I looked at, we eclipsed 76%. And so we're looking forward to coming back to your committee, sir, and to speak to that. I want to really say that a shout out to our high school teams, the high school principals who are working day and night, working hard under the leadership of Associate Superintendent Tomas Hanna, and he's getting some specific support from Assistant Superintendent Dr. Malika Savoy Brooks. I want to thank that team for the work they're doing. We've eclipsed 76%, and the number continues to grow.
Thank you. Thank you for that information, and I'll go ahead and echo the sentiments that you just communicated. And shout out Dr. Brooks and her team. She's a amazing educator and one of our leaders here in the city of Philadelphia. When we were in Harrisburg, one of the things that was communicated to us was concerns around previous dollars given to the district. So I don't want to do a deep dive today because I know that this is going to be an ongoing conversation, but I'm wondering if you can give Bob and some of the folks on our team some information. The first thing we would like to be able to communicate to our partners in Harrisburg is how all COVID relief dollars were spent during the pandemic and what they were spent on. Now, I know we've gone through this a number of times as it relates to operating costs and other things that we had to do to essentially fill some gaps. But we want to make sure that Harrisburg understands exactly what we've done with funds in the past. So the first thing we would ask for is an itemized document that can be sent over to council that explains how all federal relief dollars were spent during the COVID crisis. The second thing that we would ask for is any extra money that was given to the school district outside of general operating dollars over the last 10 years to deal with facilities issues. There are concerns in Harrisburg that dollars have been sent to us in the past, and I can assure you, Superintendent, as well as Board President, that none of us were in the seats that we're currently in right now when these dollars were given, so you might have to do a little digging. But we want to know all dollars that were spent, that were given to the district from the Commonwealth, specifically to address facilities issues. What was given, what was actually spent on facilities? And I know that's not going to be easy to find, but I'm going to have to push you to expedite those numbers because we're in the midst of budget negotiations. And the more information we can get to our colleagues and the legislator in Harrisburg, the better off they'll be. And I also want to just take a moment to put on a record and thank all of the people who hosted us in Harrisburg and all of the members of the Philadelphia delegation, both in the House and Senate, as well as the school board members who joined us to advocate for dollars that we know we need to address some of the facilities crisis that we're facing. My last question before we close out, before I close out and pass it to our majority leader, we've been in talk for some time around a report that specifically speaks to the issue of Black charters. I'm wondering where we are on that report and when that information will be made available.
Yeah, I can go to the last thing, the charter issue. So the board has been very careful not to leave the evaluator or the investigator to be independent. So we have not pushed the evaluator or the investigator to come up with any outcomes and or to either speed up or slow down the report. But what I can say is right now we don't have the report. We don't know what the evaluator or investigator is even thinking, where this is heading. We are completely in the dark as well. We do have the capacity to direct them to speed up, but we don't think that'll be prudent because I think we want to make sure we get this right as well. So I know that there's a few more follow-up interviews that the investigator wants to do. And I believe that there's some other work that they have to do on the tail end as well to draft the report. But I can't give you an exact date as of right now. But what I will say is that the district and the board has made ourselves available and done so, and as quickly as possible to give every document and be as responsive to the needs and ensure that the investigator is separate and apart as it relates to his ability and capacity to come up with a report that he finds. So that's what I can give you right now.
Thank you, Board President. I do want to just remind the listening public that we had a hearing around this issue in February to begin to dissect the problem based on some of the communication that was presented to myself and other folks who are in new leadership positions as it relates to the work that we're doing right now. And we look forward to continuing to having that robust dialogue to allow people to have the platform as well as the transparency as it relates to this particular issue. So thank you for that information. And we're going to keep pushing to make sure that that information becomes available. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your insightful questions. And thank you for your responses, Dr. Wellington and your team. I want to go back to what Member Johnson touched on, which was emotional supports to young people, students, scholars who experience traumatic events, sometimes big, could be death and watching other shootings, and then sometimes small, that the everyday stressors from home. And there was some mention of a support system. As you are aware, Dr. Watlington, every Monday, 7 a.m., we've been having a roll call with about 10 or so of my schools in my district. And one of the things that was a recurring theme is that they did not know about emotional supports for kids that could be offered to the students, that they did not know the connectivity to places like DHS and others, to the point where we brought Commissioner Ali on at 7 a.m. to address some of the availability of services. So there is a disconnect between what is available and what is known to be available by principals in the system and therefore students and parents in the system. I just want to put that out there. And if it's through community schools in my district, and if that's an example citywide, I have them in 2 schools, one Overbrook, in Overbrook, and one in Winfield at Gompers. And those schools have need, but not as compelling a need as other schools in my districts. So I don't know how those resources apply. I don't need an answer to that right away, but I do need to understand the methodology because it's not clearly communicated to the principals in your system. The second part of it is we have a situation where student-to-student violence has happened since Fairmount Park was a flower pot, but it has gotten more intense since COVID. And what my principals on that same call talk about is not just students-to-student violence, but student-to-teacher violence, parent-to-student violence, and parent-to-teacher threats of violence. So I want to know what our policy is to safeguard our teachers and their employees in the school system, because you're going to get a lot of people that don't come to work to be threatened. And I've heard that more and more throughout my communications with the members of your employees. So how are we addressing that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. I'm going to take the violence question first, the latter first. Student to teacher violence, parent to student, and parents to teacher threats. It's something that we absolutely do not support, defend, or tolerate. There is no excuse for threatening people who are working doing their level best to help our young people to have an opportunity to succeed in Philadelphia and in this American society. And there's just no place for going to threaten folks. We don't support that. Now, and we don't condone it, and we do everything we can to follow the code of conduct to the letter. Now, I think that when you have young people who sometimes have a little attitude, or sometimes may be a little bit less compliant around, President Streeter says, "I like you, Tony, to move from this seat to this seat," and I just kind of roll my eyes. We can work with some of that stuff. That's developmentally appropriate sometimes for some kids, but threatening teachers or other people and to do harm, we don't support it, and we follow the code of conduct to the letter. And if we find areas where we're not doing that,
I guess my question is, what is the code of conduct? And what I often hear is that there's a recycling of students that might be troubled and that they wind up back in the class or in the school. And so I need to know structurally, 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, what is it that creates the action that says that if I have 30 kids in a class and one of them is disruptive, at what point do we remove that individual so that the other 29 can learn?
Say 2 things to that. First, we know that in schools, building relationships is really important. And there's a strong focus through the Relationships First initiative to do that. Because when we have relationships and we know each other, we're less likely to do things that we might otherwise. Now, that said, there is a time and a place for removing folks from schools who are threatening individuals, whether it's a teacher, other student, etc. I will just say we can certainly share the Board of Education approved code of conduct offline. We can make that available to share with you. If there are cases where we feel like somehow something is not working appropriately, or a decision has been made that is inappropriate to someone's safety and health and well-being, please encourage that individual, whether it's a parent, teacher, or yourself, to send that directly to me, and we'll take a look at it on an individual basis, because I want to make sure we're not missing something there. Relative to the question, sir, that you asked about the supports that are available, and I think it was maybe a disconnect. We will certainly work on doing a better job of communicating with our principals to make sure that if there are gaps, we'll do better in that area. Notwithstanding the size of the district. Last month, we started doing town hall meetings directly with principals, so I'm looking forward to putting that as one of the agenda items on the next town hall meeting that I have directly with principals to get some feedback from them.
So I appreciate you and your staff, Bethel, and some of my members in council for getting up early in the morning to be a part of those principal teacher meetings. So I appreciate that. But as we try to prevent violence, but after a while, you start to hear some of their frustrations. So I look forward to following up on those support systems that they can have and be able to offer young people who come in with human issues from homes that a lot of times require a deeper dive into the situations they have at home. And so I look forward to whoever the point person is for that, because we need to work on that as an information filler, because there's a disconnect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Leader Jones, let me just say really quickly, I'm happy to come at your invitation to an upcoming roll call meeting. And I'll be logging at 6:55 and we'll be ready to go. And I'm happy to talk directly with any principals who have some outstanding concerns. And I thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Good to go, Councilman Jones. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gaudier. Sorry, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, but we got to give Councilmember Gaudier her first round, then we'll come to you for your second round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Watlington. I'd like to thank you and the entire school board for the work that you're doing to create safe schools and programming for our city's children. I wanted to ask you a question, just a clarifying question or questions about the facility improvements that we're looking towards. We saw a recent facilities report, I think a few months ago, in a briefing that you all did for council, that named a $7.89 billion price tag for facilities improvements. And that was in, I believe, 2017 dollars. And that report also looked out through 2028, which puts us more than 10 years out from that initial report, and said that the district intended to spend $2 billion on improvement. So can you just clarify where you envision the $2 billion coming from, and what we should be looking towards as a plan for the rest of the funds needed?
I'll start by saying I'm very pleased that one of the things we shared with you in March is that under the board's leadership, the district will build 3 new schools, which is really exciting: Cassidy, Amy 5, and Holmes. Also, you're correct. That was the Parsons report was shared in 2017. So those numbers are probably not accurate anymore due to inflation. The second part of the question, I'm going to defer to our CFO to see if he can share anything specific to that part.
Good afternoon. I apologize. I'm looking for the 2 billion number. I wasn't in that particular meeting. I'm not exactly sure what that refers to, but I could work with our team to get a number on exactly what that represents.
And board council member Gautier, we're happy to also reprovide the since Chief Herbstman was not here, may not have been with us then, the 5-year plan that includes some specific investments not limited to the 3 new schools. And I think that might be helpful to provide as well. Would that be sufficient at this point?
Unfortunately, my system froze for a little bit, so I missed his entire answer. I'm so sorry. Can you just repeat what you said?
Sure, no problem. First, the 2017 Parsons report is correct. $7.89 billion was the price tag. Those numbers will be higher now due to inflation. Second, I've mentioned that we're pleased that within this 5-year capital budget for the district, we talked about last month that 3 new schools will be built, Cassidy, Amy 5, and Holmes. And the third thing I mentioned was that we're happy to provide a recap of what's in that 5-year budget, if that would be of interest to you.
Sure. Are you able to answer today where you thought the $2 billion would come from and how we might fill the rest of the gap, or is that something you need to get back to us on?
Well, I think I can help with that a little bit. I think so. One of the benefits I think of of being, we would say, good stewards of public funds is that our credit rating is as such where we can seek additional funds, even though these funds have to be paid back, obviously with tax dollars, but we can seek additional funds from other funding sources. And yes, the hope is that, we can get other additional funds from the city and the state, or even from anywhere to help backfill some of the costs. So yeah, so I think as long as we keep our fiscal house in order, Chief Hirschman, maybe am I on point with that, with where we thought we would get that additional those funds for. And I want to make another point as well. In that report, though, that report is as is 300 buildings based upon what schools should either be completely demolished. Some schools may need to be completely retrofitted. Some schools that are in the middle position, and some schools that are kind of okay. But there's also other options in that report that talks about other approaches that could be taken as well. But I think if you're looking at the whole kit and caboodle of what we have right now, the $7.89 billion is that number. That doesn't take into consideration the conversation around utilization, things like that. And I'll just leave it at that. But I hope that answers your question about the $2.5 billion.
Yeah, somewhat. And when do you think you'll have more specificity around sort of the financial plan for that?
So I think that we'll be sharing soon the full 6-year capital budget, which will outline all of the expenditures over the next 6 years. And that is scheduled to be passed by the board on May 25th. So that will be available soon.
Thank you so much. And I'm not asking you this to put you on the hot seat. I'm asking you this because we're your partners in this. We were in Harrisburg yesterday, pushing everyone we could find, the governor's team, the legislature, for more money this year and every year going forward. So we very much see ourselves as your partner in getting that funding. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
I also wanted to take a moment to focus on the pools that the district owns. We all know that pools provide a safe outlet for our city's kids, and keeping them shuttered due to disrepair deprives our youth and their communities of opportunities to gather and to develop skills through participating in programming and through fun recreational activities. It also hampers us from certifying lifeguards every summer. Sayre Pool, as you know, is a prime example of the important role that these facilities play in our communities. And I've been very excited and grateful for the partnership that we've developed there. So can you share the outlook for the Sayre Pool? And then can you also speak to how we can use Sayre as a model for working, bringing together the school district, the city, and the state on other pools that are closed at the moment?
Yes, it's been a topic of conversation at board meetings, and we're working with the city on a long-term use agreement at the present time, and we'll be bringing that item forward again at the May 25th Board of Education meeting. In terms of how it I don't remember your exact words, but how it kind of aligns to or influences future actions.
Well, I just think if we get this done, right, and we're able to pull together money from the city, money from the state, money from the district, and a use agreement that benefits students and the communities more broadly, it's a wonderful model for how we can do this going forward with other pools that are important to the community. And I'm asking how you see that.
Well, first, I want to thank you for your assistance and your help with securing funding, because anytime funding streams result from the city, from the state, whether it's the legislature or other places, as well as the district, it's a gold standard, quite frankly, in how we work together to solve some really tough, complex problems. And I think that gives us hope that we can do that in other areas as well. In terms of what that might look like, I think it's probably best for me to just say we are just moving night and day to get the long use agreement finalized so we can bring that to the board. Like all capital work, this project requires board approval. And I know the board has a lot, President Streeter, Vice President Fix-Lopez, and the board members have a lot of needs that they will have to weigh through and consider. And I personally have been on record supportive of the Sarah Pool as a recommender. I think it's a good thing. If you can't do all of the things, that doesn't mean we shouldn't do one thing in a way to try to work together to do more things. That's kind of just my opinion approach. But I know the board has some considerable needs to include broad environmental, facility challenges, et cetera. So I certainly don't want to get out of place and speak for the board, but would defer.
Can I
to
just have
President.
a point of information, please? I guess just a point of information. I think for more clarity, this budget request went in regarding SARE last budget cycle. So it's been a year since this process has started in terms of the funding. So I guess more clearly, what's the time frame at least for that one particular project as a model that will be open to the wider community for the children to actually participate? I hear all the bigger stuff that we can do just in general, but a year has passed. And I think what Reginald Streeter said early on, in terms of the guardrails, which I thought was a very excellent response. There's so many different things that we have to address as the district that we're working on. And those guardrails kind of keeps us focused and aligned in certain areas. But in this particular case, I know for a fact we've started supporting this process during the last budget cycle, which is a year ago. There's a new budget cycle and nothing has moved forward as of yet. And I think that's the clarity I'm trying to get an understanding of.
Well, I think, let me just jump in, because I think we're not in a bad place with SARE, though I appreciate Councilmember Johnson having my back. We're not in a bad place with SARE. We're working on a memorandum of understanding, and I believe that's like between the city and the school district. And I think that's the last piece before we can get a successful vote, before the board. But I'll let President Streeter confirm that. What I'm asking for is for clarity on that, right? And to have that on record. But I'm also asking, is this partnership something that we can bring to bear once we succeed on SARE to bring other pools back to life?
Well, as it relates to pools, I think that I'm focused on, I think the board is focused on this pool right now, right? But as you know, of our budget, about 10% of it is flexible. I mean, I can go on and on and on about all the other facilities issues that we have and and priorities, right? Yes, pools should be near the top of priorities, but as you all know, we have some facilities issues that require some work. As it relates to the vote, I don't think I could publicly comment on what the board is going to do right now on that. But I think, if as it relates to the MOU, waiting to get that from the state, from the city and the district to sign that. And as it relates to the cost, I think that for me personally, I think it could be a good start. But as it relates to any other pools,
point of information, Mr. Chair. Point of information.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
As Chair of Appropriations, the city has skin in the game. We put up our share of dollars to renovate the Sayre Pool because it has a wider citywide implication on things like lifeguard training and other things that are essential to the operation of the city's rec department. We really need our partners at the school district. Member Gardier is just one council person, but she's fighting for all of us to make sure all young people get an opportunity to take advantage of that facility. So it is more than that, just a third district asset. It is a citywide asset that we really need. I have a pool in my district roads that is $300,000 worth of repair, but I'd still rather have Sayre come before that because of its historic importance to aquatics in Philadelphia. So that point of information completed.
If I may just say, Leader Jones, I think that we've looked at the data from the listening and learning tour, and it was a very strong theme from members of the community who said that basically there's a dearth of swimming opportunities, pools, lifeguards, etc. across the city. The Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta has reported research that African Americans in particular are 6 times more likely to drown, have a death by drowning than white Americans. My brother was one of those people. And so I certainly understand and support any and every opportunity, pending the resources that we can commandeer. And I think it's just inherently, I think this is a bright spot for Philadelphia, that the city, and the district are trying to figure out how to bring resources together. So I don't want us to be too hard on ourselves. I think the school district and the city are really working together here. And I'm really pleased to be a part of helping to facilitate the long-term use agreement with the city. And I wonder, I might still have one of my brothers if we had access to learn to swim at a very young age. So it's been something that's dear and dear to my heart. And so I think we're having the right conversation. I thank you for it. And
I'll just say that I'm acknowledging that we are working together. We're pushing this hard, right, to get the MOU done. And we're trying to create a model of partnership. I mean, what I said earlier, I wasn't playing. I don't think the board is playing either, or the superintendent is playing about partnerships with all of our city partners. So again, the discussions are continuing to go. We're getting updates on them. The requisite amount of energy is here as it relates to, will all the pools in the city of Philadelphia that are part of the school district's docket will be open. I think that I don't feel comfortable as board chair to make any promises right now that can happen. But I do see this could be a model for not just this, but all other iterations of partnerships. We may decide to start actually infusing rec centers in public schools. We may want to infuse neighborhood historical markers in public schools, things like that. So anyway, I think that we're building the muscle memory as a city to under local control, right, to wrap our arms around our children. And I think that this is the first step to that.
Yeah, and I'm less asking you for like a time commitment by when you're going to have pools open. I'm more so going back to what you started with your testimony, President Streeter, when you pointed out how we have to have recreational facilities, particularly during this time for our young people, and just saying that this has been an amazing partnership that I hope that we can carry forward. And I want to also thank my colleagues, Councilmember Majority Leader Jones, Councilmember Johnson, for supporting. This just shows how this was like an all council effort to really get this open for the community and the city. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gaudier. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson was queued up for a second round. I'll give her a moment just to see if she still had a lot of questions for the second round. Not hearing from Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. I don't think we have any more questions 3 hours later.
I'm here.
Oh, never mind. There she
Yeah, I'm
is.
here.
Yes,
too.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Councilmember
I
Johnson,
couldn't-
you had questions too for the second round? You on mute, Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Johnson, you on mute.
I'll let Kathy go first because I think she was queued up, and then I can go second if that's all right, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's perfect. I just didn't know you had questions. I apologize. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, then Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I apologize for I don't know what's happening. I couldn't really hear. But at any rate, I wanted to go back to my question from the last round relative to how the district is ensuring that we have equity in school budgeting and ensuring that, particularly around the schools that have, high priority needs, that they are being prioritized. Now I'll go to my next question.
So the district engages in what we call equity-focused budgeting, and the process is outlined a little more in our guidance budgets, which we post on our website. As part of this, school leaders are asked to consider in all of their budgeting decisions, how does the utilization of resources in my upcoming budget advance equity? And members of our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team, as well as the budget team and grants team and others, are available to work closely as thought partners as they consider their budget decisions. But it's about more than that. That is really decisions after the allocations. There's also ways that in the allocation process, we're looking to be more equitable in the actual resource allocation. So the first area is really around additional per pupil discretionary funding for schools based on their level on what we call the School Progress Report on Education Equity, their SPRE level. So schools there that have more need get additional funding for discretionary. Second, there are equity considerations in place for specific allocations, especially around diverse learners. Our special education staffing is outside of the general operating staffing. It's based on individual student needs within their IEPs. Schools receive specific resources based on English as a second language students. Third is, I think you actually mentioned earlier, where there is higher level of need in the specific areas. There have been additional counselor and student improvement support liaison positions that have been provided to schools. And really the fourth area is around schools with greater needs also receive higher levels of supplemental grants. That includes Title I allocations, which are based on the poverty levels within the schools. Another big area within the grant side is what we call CSI, or Comprehensive Support and Improvement Funds. These are allocated by PDE alignment with ESSA based on school performance. So those are the primary ways that we do this.
And I know we're limited for time in the second round, but I just wanted to say if you all could just send me examples of where you have done a reallocation based on an equity concern. Can you send me like 3 to 5 examples of that happening in your budgetary process so that we can see how it plays out?
Yes, I think most likely what we'll look in is in the extraordinary requests that we receive from schools for specific situations, but I'll work with the team to get that answer to you.
Okay, that'll be helpful. Then I wanted to quickly go to the piece around conflict resolution. After the hearings that I hosted in November of 2020, the district agreed to provide Tier 1 conflict resolution at every school that for 40, you all would pay for out of your budget. So if you all could provide an update on this initiative and the implementation of Tier 1 conflict resolution across all schools, because it was my understanding that each school would be able to select the Tier 1 conflict resolution program that they would utilize, and that you all would just ensure that you cover the cost for it so it doesn't impact each school's individual budget and their ability to select the staff and the team members that they want for their school.
If it's appropriate, if it's okay with you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, we'll take that as a homework assignment and we will produce that information for the council.
Okay, that's fine. I wasn't sure if anybody could just talk briefly about it though, because this is something that we have been working on for a couple of years, and I just wanted to make sure it did not get lost in transition relative to the implementation of the model being a priority across schools, and recognizing that it will be important for our young people to have this from K through 12th grade for us to see long-term change and shift around our young people having the ability to do better in resolving conflicts.
Then, since I'm less familiar, since I wasn't here last year, I'll ask Chief Lynch to certainly honor your question right now, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. Chief Lynch, could you speak to Tier 1 conflict resolution and our commitment previously that schools could select the initiative and the district cover the cost?
Yes. Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. Councilwoman, if you would like to meet with one of us and talk about it in greater detail, we can certainly do that. Please know that the initiative continues. It's still underway. We are coincidentally right now in the process of schools determining their climate initiatives and the conflict resolution for next year. So a good number of our schools are going to continue with that effort, and we can, as soon as that process is complete, let you know what schools selected and what they decided.
Okay, that'll be great. I just want to be clear for the record, though, that every single school has the ability to have Tier 1 conflict resolution, correct?
Yes, it's part of our school improvement plan development process. Having a Tier 1 initiative is a requirement of every school.
Okay, and that for the record, you all at 440 cover the cost of whatever program that individual school selects.
We offer the support, we offer the services, we offer the professional development, we offer the ongoing coaching for the schools that they select.
Okay, and so meaning there's
I'm sorry, there's a list of schools that we make, initiatives that we make available, and it's those initiatives that they select from, and we provide that resource.
Got it. So I just want to be clear, though, that all schools are held harmless, and meaning there's no specific cost to them or any impact on their individual budget.
When they select one of those schools that is among our inventory and opportunity, Dr. Watlington, in fact, during this session has talked to a few of the initiatives that are included. Yes, that is we support that effort.
Okay, but if they pick a program that's outside of what you all have listed, then they have to cover the cost, or can they be reimbursed?
That becomes the school's decision and the school's selection. It's outside of what we offer.
Got it.
Can I have a point of clarity, please? Because I'm confused. I thought, Mr. Chair, is that okay, sir?
Yes, Chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. Just a point of clarity, because I remember this initiative very, very well. It's when not too long ago when the Madam Councilwoman was just elected, and it's one of the key initiatives she was working on. So I just want to have clarity on this. Is there a conflict resolution curriculum or their conflict resolution programming? Because I was under the impression that there would be an actual curriculum, right, that would be part of, I guess, the services provided per school for our young people, just based upon a lot of shootings that we're seeing, the homicides that we're seeing, all start from a lack of having a full understanding of conflict resolution. So are they picking curriculums or programs that will come in that provide support services around resolving conflicts peacefully? I just wanted clarity on it because now I'm a little confused.
Okay, so we offer the training, we offer the programming, we offer the tools, we offer the coaching, we offer the materials, we offer the supports that are needed. Based on the initiatives or the, as you say, programs, and I'm not certain how you're defining program versus, but based on, so schools will get several options that they can pick from. They select, and we provide internally those resources that are needed. And for some of them, we do have external support. So for example,
when I say
PBIS.
Dr. Lynch, when I say programming, I guess I'm taking it because you said they get options to pick from. And so again,
Yes.
I just thought this was a straight up across the board. You know, we all take reading and math, like across the board is mandatory. I just thought there would be an actual class. And again, maybe I'm wrong. I thought it would be an actual class/curriculum, right? Every Friday, the students at South Philadelphia High School, right, with Strawberry Mansion, will participate in a curriculum-oriented class that deals with conflict resolution. That just may be my thought of how it operates, compared to bringing like a NOMO organization or a PAN, right, which will be a programming standpoint. So maybe that's where the confusion came in at. That's all.
Okay.
So break it down
So
to me, please.
Yeah. I think Kevin earlier talked about PAN and how PAN comes in to help in certain circumstances. I'm not talking about PAN in this instance. And I'm not talking about just one specific class that happens on a Friday. I'm talking about the culture of the organization in addition to the class that takes place on a certain day, where students are learning skills for resolving the conflicts that they have. And they are learning, in fact, how to rejoin individuals who have had conflict in their schools back into the school community. And at the same time, the staff within the schools are learning how to build relationships with the students that are in their schools so that they can be the go-to person in a school that a student will approach when in fact they're having difficulties. That person knows the student better than anyone else. So it's not just a class that you go to where you sit down and you find out, you take notes and you take a test. It's an ongoing experience that takes place not just in the classroom, but across the school. It's in the cafeterias, it's on the playgrounds, it's in the transitions that happen in the hallways. All of those places where we find that students can have conflict that can grow into other things.
I think I get you something.
And I would share something else since you gave me the opportunity, Councilman. It's not exactly the same in every single school because we recognize that different schools need different initiatives.
Okay. Well, can you clarify when you say each school has an option, right, to pick? What are they picking?
They're picking they are picking an evidence-based initiative that has been proven time and time again, where not just our jurisdiction, but other jurisdictions have proven that the result is going to make a difference.
All right. Well, help me out with this last part. I'm going to wrap up. I just want to believe it a point. And I'm just trying to understand, Karen, you know, I work with you, but I'm just trying to get some clarity on this. So the options are they get to pick from an evidence-based, whatever. You may say not a program, but something evidence-based. So give us 3 or 4 of those examples. I'm South Philadelphia. I'm McDaniel. You're presenting to me a group of options for me to address conflict resolution in my school. What are those actual examples that McDaniel principal can pick from that he doesn't have to pay for it, which Catherine just said, that can be a part of the learning culture around conflict resolution at McDaniel Middle School, which I'm probably going to actually follow up on if they don't have it now that we're having this conversation.
So I'm sure McDaniel does have it. So one could be relationships first. Is a restorative practices model that speaks to children in our school and to staff about how to engage and build relationships in the school. I believe Dr. Watlington mentioned that one earlier. Another is positive behavioral interventions and supports, which provide incentives to students for the positive behavior, but also teaches students how to engage in discussing, negotiating their differences and resolving their differences, which is extremely important in our schools. Another thing that we have available that takes place in a good number of our schools, in fact, across all of our schools, because you asked for one where we do it across the board, and that's our community meetings. I think when we met previously, the councilwoman mentioned that one of her children was participating. It's a way for children to in schools to share their feelings, their emotions, what's happening to them during the day, how one child can express themselves and other children can share with them their experience and help that child feel more a part of the community.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Johnson, if I can jump in really quick. In some districts, just really quick, because I want to honor the full spirit of your question. In some districts, they'll use other evidence-based, which is a fancy way of saying somebody's done some research on it, and we can say that it's making a difference based on some data outcomes. Capturing kids' hearts is one such initiative. Responsive classroom is another initiative. With your permission, we'd like to put together a list of what we're currently using in the district, which schools they're being implemented in.
Thank you.
We'll put that in writing for you, sir. We'll be glad to do that. We'll do that.
It was a Jedi mind trick you just did, because I sure enough was going to ask what schools are these in and what actual options are available. Thank you very much.
Chair Thomas, I'm back. I just respectfully request that I can reclaim my time.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, take your time. Your remarks will be the last comments and questions as we close out this section of today's hearing.
I'm sorry. I would like to also have the list, and I'll submit the remainder of my questions for the record.
Mr. Chair, I am in the queue for questions, sir. That was a point of information.
I thought that was a plan.
And I see Councilman Jones having questions as well.
Okay. Look, I'm good to go. Let's rock and roll. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson seems like she's good to go. So Chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson, and then after Councilmember Johnson, we'll go to Councilmember Jones.
Okay. I just wanted to go back on. I think you gave us a pretty good, and I was looking forward to this overview of the comprehensive plan regarding addressing our facilities management around asbestos and lead. And so, but I did have some additional questions. I think Chairman Thomas talked about some of them early on in terms of, one, how are you going about recruiting experts for, I think you called it a committee or a council to participate. Also, the process on how you're recruiting the community/faith-based members. But also, I remember when Mallory gave her presentation, it was a specific dollar amount that was requested to address fixing up these facilities. So I want to get an idea. Can you reiterate the dollar amount, but also the staffing that's going to be needed, and then also the timeline, right? I know we have 200 something schools. So obviously, if you're finding out that asbestos and lead are in some of these schools, that means you're actually doing your job. Because if you're not doing your job, no school will be found with asbestos doing inspections, and then obviously you wouldn't have the shutdown and the transferring of students as the issue is being remediated. But can you give us an overview of, okay, how many schools have been inspected? How many schools are still on the list that are going to be inspected? So we can have an idea of what this is going to look like in the future. And then two, with this new partnership that you have with the company that's doing the inspection, I think it might have been mentioned that there may be staff needed. But what can we do to ramp up basically our efforts around these issues? And then three, are there any conversations, tough conversations regarding the possibility of school closures and consolidating as it relates to building new schools as a part of your plan?
I'll take the first step, Councilmember Johnson. I'll take the last one first. We are working closely with the board and board president not to approach this in terms of straight out, just jump right to closures and that kind of thing. We're trying to imagine what does 21st century, the best learning facilities look like, and how do we do what Councilmember Bass was talking about in a school that has, if you just think about really poor achievement, how do we make sure the facility supports the very best academic programming that we're developing in the strategic plan, and we're going to look forward to sharing that on May 25th at the board meeting. The number that we've been referencing from the Parsons report from 2017, according to 2017 dollars, $7.89 billion that would bring all our facilities up. And the strategic plan, we're looking at a lot of things about how we have more advanced placement courses across high schools, how we have better science laboratories, career technical education facilities. So with regard to the project team, sir, you asked for a quick update on that. What we are doing right now under Chief Oshill's leadership, he's the sponsor of the project team, is we started making connections with a diverse group of faith-based leaders, diverse group of experts in the field in this area, some diverse group of business and community partners. And the next step would be to come back to the board and the council and say, all right, here's the draft list. Anything we want to tweak on here. It's not finalized just yet, but we have some commitments already in all those areas. And then the next thing will be to work to share a timeline. First thing I know council wants to know, what's the begin date, what's the end date to get this finished, and what does the end product look like? We don't quite have the end date and the end product just yet because we want to get other people around the table. But as President Streeter said far better than I can, we already have done a good amount of work and know the scope of the problem. We know a little bit about what it's going to cost, at least in 2017 terms. And but once we get that team together, then we have to do it. What Chief Hill is going to walk us through, how we refresh the data, take a fresh look to make sure what we think we know is what we know. With your permission, I want to ask Chief Oz Hill if he'll just say briefly, did I miss anything in trying to answer your question, sir?
No, thank you very much, sir. Council member, I would suggest that Dr. Watlington provided a comprehensive overview of the process. Once we do have the team assembled, the focus then becomes on looking at the data, identifying any gaps and seams that might exist in our current repository, and then refreshing the data from 2017. So first of all, validating that what we have is accurate and it's effective to comprehensively address our facilities needs, determining if there were things that somehow were not effectively addressed in 2017 based on the knowledge and awareness that we have right now in 2023, and then capitalizing on what we have in our repository and refreshing that so that we have a holistic or a comprehensive picture as we move forward and develop the plan.
Okay, so I guess the only part that I didn't hear, we have these two committees that are being created, right? Which I think is great because it shows a community, it shows a public-private partnership. How are people from a transparency standpoint being recruited, right, to participate on these two committees? Is there like a registry? Is there like an application process? Like, how does the average individual, how are you selecting who gets to participate? So I guess that would be one, the first question for clarity. And then the other part of clarity is, how many schools have we already inspected and how many schools will we be inspecting in the future?
I'll take the ask Chief Hill to speak to the second. In terms of how, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think one thing I want to I understand the spirit of your question, but I do want to just, for the public's clarity, because we have buildings with asbestos, we're going to be on a hamster wheel of inspecting in perpetuity for the next 3,000 years if we have these buildings for the next 3,000 years, right? So that's the one thing I kind of want to say, that we're going to kind of constantly, because that's what a HERA requires, right? So I just wanted to put that context out there, just kind of answer that big question. I know you might want to have, I know you might want to kind of go deeper into that question, or that doesn't put context, but I think it's important to understand that there's a 3-year requirement, and there's also an ongoing 6-month requirement as it relates to inspecting. And the fact that we have been able to, because of City Council, this mayor, the state have funneled more resources to the district. We've been able to marshal more resources, right, to do this work at a higher clip. and to do the work in a way with additional fidelity due to the fact that we have more capacity. We're not there yet, right? We need more capacity, right? And I think that that's something that I'm excited about because I believe that we're going to get that capacity because of the additional funding. But just to kind of answer the big questions, especially for the public to understand what the Sahara, what the asbestos issues, and remember, we also have lead issues as well, lead paint. I mean, we've replaced so many of our water fountains as well to filter out lead. So the environmental issues are larger than the scope of just the asbestos. I don't say just asbestos, but we're going to be on an ongoing hamster wheel, almost like washing clothes. Chief Hill likes to use this analogy. You got to wash your clothes. We're going to have to continue washing our clothes until we buy new clothes that don't need to be washed. I guess that's a weird analogy, but that's the point of what we're going to be inspecting forever until we get out of this.
Gotcha. And has there been, I still want to get back to how the recruitment of these individuals for these two committees, but also will we consider, like, let's say a school may be open that you inspect, right? And they pose a service to 1,000 students, but you only have 500 students, right? Is there part of our budget process to maybe tear down and rebuild new schools where needed? Because obviously it's a budget process. If a school is available to house 1,000 students, but you have 300, 400 students in there, you're paying overhead, honestly, from a business standpoint, that doesn't calculate to the type of students that you're supporting. And so I guess something to take in consideration down the line with a partnership, obviously, with the state and the feds in terms of rebuilding new schools for these young people and maybe new smaller schools, right? Because you're right. We're going to be here forever addressing the issues of asbestos and lead because these are old buildings, but maybe thinking outside the box if we get funding from a federal standpoint, from our federal partners, to maybe begin looking at how do we reimagine, right, school facility buildings in the future. And so if you know that school is built to house 1,000 students, and you run the heat, gas, and electric, but there's only 300 students attending there, don't move the school out of the neighborhood, but maybe possibly school comes down and a smaller, newer school get built, right, for the kids, local kids that's in the neighborhood. Just something to think about in consideration that we all can partner on and work on together for our children in the future. That's all. But the last part of my question, I'll wrap up on this for the day, is just about how you're going about recruiting people for these two new committees that's going to be a part of the facilities, I guess, oversight committee.
Yes, sir, Councilmember Johnson, and we're certainly open to feedback and anything else the council and board will share with us. Some individuals, as Chief Hill mentioned, kind of just volunteered and raised their hand and said, look, we listened to the last city council hearing where you guys presented, and I'm just raising my hand. There are other folks that we're trying to reach out to make sure we have geographic diversity, diversity of experience, because versus putting a survey out and saying everybody across Philadelphia who might want to be a part of this, we really want to make sure we have people who are steeped and have some expertise in these kind of issues because they deal with them in their own organizations. For example, it's no secret that the University of Pennsylvania gave the district $100 million to help with environmental issues. So we have the treasurer. We kind of think it might make sense to ask, well, is there any time and talent that could be provided along with the $100 million? Similar to that, there's no one right way to do it, but certainly if there are folks who have expertise or have interest or have some community connections, anything you can share with me or Chief Hill, Board President Streeter, we're happy to take that under advisement as we populate this team because we want to make sure to get it right and do it right.
Just wanted to make sure I knew. But listen, other than that, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. Want to give a shout out, Dr. Tony Wallington, to your guy, Edwin Santana, for just staying on the case. Called me like 5 in the morning when Vera on the verge of being closed and so forth, and just been keeping a line of communication open for me and my stakeholders. And so I just want to give a shout out to the young brother that's over there doing some work on behalf of the district. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your endurance. We've been at this a while, and inquiring minds want to know because it's an important part of our future as a city. I want to shift gears a little bit to say that there are 48 zip codes in the city of Philadelphia. And in, I think it's 18 of those zip codes, 90% of the inmates come from up on State Road in our prisons. I was told that an interesting map and an interesting correlation can be drawn to where those individuals come from, their zip codes, and the school's performances in those same zip codes. So it dubs the question of a school to prison pipeline. Not just because of the schools, poverty is a part of it, but the schools are a part of it because if social workers know that a person, particularly a male, cannot read up to par by the time they're in the 4th grade, they know how many jail cells to build by the time they are 18. So with that said, is there a person within your team that is responsible? I mentioned outcomes before, positive ones, going to college, getting a job, being in the military. But some of those outcomes are negative. Who's keeping track of those outcomes, where they come from, and how we can reverse engineer solutions to stop the school to prison pipeline and create a school to paycheck pipeline?
I really love the way you said reverse the school to prison pipeline and have a school to paycheck pipeline. I don't think I've quite heard that said that way before. But to answer your question, Leader Jones, Dr. Tanya Wolfer is our Chief of Research and Evaluation. We are keenly aware of, can't quite speak to the 48 zip codes, but at a high level, we've been looking at some research around that area. Know someone who's doing a doctoral dissertation around that area who we want to have do some advisement for us. So we hear you loud and clear. And that's one of the reasons why, I'll just say this really fast. I think it all starts with having a Board of Education that spends its time on academic achievement. I've worked in 2 other school districts, and I can't say that the time allocation that the board allocated specifically to progress monitoring everything from 3rd grade reading to 3 through 8 reading, 3 through 8th grade math, etc. So it starts at the top, and we really are pushing hard to get better because we know the outcomes are just life and death for a lot of our children. We hear you loud and clear.
And, Councilmember Jones, if I could just also add, we're Black men on here, right? And, we were once Black boys, and I always evoke Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu, Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. And in his books, he talks about how in the 80s, and sad to say it still happens in some of our schools in America, Black boys when they're younger are students, I'll just say students who are deemed to be disruptive when they're younger, maybe disincentivized to be in school. And he said you'll notice that a child who sits in the front, who might be gregarious and loud and may have some behavioral issues, is slowly but surely will end up in the hallway and then out the schools. And I think this touches on one of the hardest things that the board has to balance. Earlier, you spoke about code of conduct. What do you do with students who are disruptive? Do you suspend them, which could be the road to expulsion? As you know, expulsion is probably the #1 way to get a child into the school to prison pipeline, right? But how do you do this in a way where you don't have the resources necessary to have maybe additional supports in the classroom in the moment to help a teacher deal with students that might have some behavioral issues of no making of their own, because they live in a society that was created in a way that disincentivizes our people from being successful. and things like that. So this is something that we wrestle with a lot, you know, whether it's cell phones, what do you do with cell phones? Do you keep them in Yandu pouches? Whether it's when do you suspend? Should you suspend a child? Should you not? These are things that we're wrestling with. And I think that we're trying to strike that right balance. And I think for us, you know, the thing that's actually going to fix this is our focus on student achievement as well, and partnering with our community. I'll just add this one last thing. I'm going to be meeting with Dr. Watlington, Mr. Santana, some Black men in the community, some you know, Akbar, Brother Qayyum, Bilal Qayyum, trying to figure out how can we create partnerships and relationships and do things that can incentivize Black men from also, and fathers in general, to come back and be a part of the solution. So I think it has to be kind of a holistic approach as well. And I think that we're putting things in place right now to put those things in place.
Chair Thomas,
I
ma'am.
know, Ms.
30 seconds.
Good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Leader Jones, I want to say something really fast, relative to what President Streeter just mentioned. I just want to note that the district is working to try to get this right. 97% of our students don't get suspended in the school district of Philadelphia. And some people see that as a strength, some people don't. I think the extent to which we can keep kids in school and to make sure they're well behaved is the key. We need kids in school in Philadelphia, and we need them to be well behaved. It's a district responsibility, it's a parent responsibility, and it's a community responsibility. I have been in schools, Councilmember Jones, with this relationship first initiative, and that's why I don't think it's just pie in the sky and fluff. Sitting on the floor, Indian style, legs crossed or folded, not crossed, folded, and I can still do that at my age, with elementary kids. And it was fascinating to see them not talking to each other, sharing something about themselves and building the relationships, because too often we don't see that. Then finally, I just want to say really quick, Chair Thomas, in Chief Kevin Bethel's office, they actually track arrests in his office, and they work very hard through that diversion program to figure out how to make sure that we avoid it when possible, how we help turn kids around, improve their behaviors. And I really like what he's doing with the school safety officers in schools. When I go back in the South and I'll tell people that in Philadelphia, you know, our school safety officers don't carry weapons in schools, they say, "What, you're kidding me?" I mean, you won't find a high school in North Carolina, a traditional school, where folks are not, have armed police officers with weapons and sometimes tasers walking through the hallways. I say, no, it's in Philadelphia, there's some good things happening there. And so I do want to note what Chief Bethel does in terms of tracking that data as well. So thank you.
I just want to close on, we need to laser focus on that population. The more we can do to divert them from getting ever in the system, the better off society as a whole will be. The better educated, the better able they are to be able to provide for themselves and their family, the better this city will ultimately become. I'll never forget Member Thomas, Chairman Thomas, sitting on the stage of the swearing in, and Mayor Jim Kenney talked about a visit to State Road to the school facility up there, and he got to know the young person and the person that was incarcerated, and he was very happy because he finally understood his math algebraic problems, and he was beginning to excel. And he said, and I quote, "This is the best school I've ever been to." Now, I'm glad he finally found a public school that is helping him, but we failed that individual back in third grade. And we really, the sense of urgency, Member Thomas, Chair of Education, and other members of this body have, is for every year we don't get this right, we create another inmate that is sucked into a vortex of a correction system that they may never, ever escape from. So there's a sense of urgency, a sense of now and right now to get this right as quickly as we can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Watlington.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you, Majority Leader Jones. We appreciate it. I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. Are there any other questions or comments from council members as it relates to this particular panel? I think we're good to go. I just want to remind the general public that we are going to be in the midst of a number of different conversations with the school district and the school board between now and the passing of the budget. We talked a little bit about the facilities project team. I'm going to go ahead and volunteer, raise my hand as well too, and also recommend some folks who we think would be good for that initiative. We're also going to encourage our leadership over at the school district to reach out to our state partners, to include them in this conversation, to let them know that this team is being comprised, and to see if any of our state partners have any recommendations, because we're going to be leaning on them a lot over the next month. We'll continue dialogue around safety, Act 158, special admission schools, and other issues that we know have a direct impact on our teachers and our students who attend all of our schools. Mr. Superintendent, thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience. Thank you and your entire team for today's dialogue. Board President Streeter, thank you and your entire team for today's dialogue and for all of the information. And to all of our school board members, we just want to take a moment to say thank you. It's a volunteer position. It's a very difficult job you have on your hands. A lot of the problems that we're dealing with, a big portion of the school board members weren't actually here when these problems started. And they're problems that you inherited, and you wake up every day and you do this work for free. So on behalf of this legislative body, we just want to let you know that your service is very much appreciated. Seeing there are no other questions or comments from members of this committee, the committee will stand in recess until this afternoon, at which time we will reconvene with Dr. Generals and our team over at Community College in Philadelphia. Thank you again, everybody, and try to take a few minutes break before we jump back into conversation. Have a great day.